Chapter 15 of Duration and Expansion Considered Together. Though we have in the precedent chapters dwelt pretty long on the considerations of space and duration, yet they being ideas of general concernment that have something very abstruse and peculiar in their nature, the comparing them one with another may perhaps be of use for their illustration, and we may have the more clear and distinct conception of them by taking a view of them together. Distance or space, in its simple abstract conception, to avoid confusion, I call expansion, to distinguish it from extension, which by some is used to express this distance only as it is in the solid parts of matter, and so includes, or at least intimates, the idea of body, whereas the idea of pure distance includes no such thing. I prefer also the word expansion to space, because space is often applied to distance of fleeting successive parts which never exist together, as well as to those which are permanent. In both these, with expansion and duration, the mind has this common idea of continued lengths capable of greater or less quantities, for a man has clear an idea of the difference of the length of an hour and a day as of an inch and a foot. The mind, having got the idea of the length of any part of expansion, let it be a span or a pace or what length you will, can, as has been said, repeat that idea, and so adding it to the former, enlarge its idea of length and make it equal to 2 spans or 2 paces, and so as often as it will, till it equals the distance of any part of the earth one from another, and increase this till it amounts to the distance of the sun or remotest star. By such a progression as this, setting out from the place where it is or any other place, it can proceed and pass beyond all those lengths and find nothing to stop its going on either in or without body. It is true, we can easily in our thoughts come to the end of solid extension, the extremity and bounds of all body. We have no difficulty to arrive at, but when the mind is there, it finds nothing to hinder its progress into this endless expansion. Of that it can neither find nor conceive any end. Nor let anyone say that beyond the bounds of body there is nothing at all, unless he will confine God within the limits of matter. Solomon, whose understanding was filled and enlarged with wisdom, seems to have other thoughts when he says, "Heaven and the heaven of heavens cannot contain thee," and he, I think, very much magnifies to himself the capacity of his own understanding, who persuades himself that he can extend his thoughts further than God exists, or imagine any expansion where he is not. Just so is it in duration. The mind, having got the idea of any length of duration, can double, multiply, and enlarge it, not only beyond its own, but beyond the existence of all corporeal beings, and all the measures of time taken from the great bodies of all the world and their motions. But yet everyone easily admits that, though we make duration boundless, as certainly it is, we cannot yet extend it beyond all being. God, everyone easily allows, fills eternity, and it is hard to find a reason why anyone should doubt that he likewise fills immensity. His infinite being is certainly as boundless one way as another, and methinks it ascribes a little too much to matter to say, where there is no body, there is nothing. Hence, I think we may learn the reason why everyone familiarly and without the least hesitation speaks of and supposes eternity, and sticks not to ascribe infinity to duration, but it is with more doubting and reserve that many admit or suppose the infinity of space. Reason whereof seems to me to be this, that duration and extension, being used as names of affections, belonging to other things. We easily conceive in God infinite duration, and we cannot avoid doing so, but not attributing to him extension, but only to matter, which is finite. We are apt to doubt of the existence of expansion without matter, of which alone we commonly suppose it an attribute. And therefore, when men pursue their thoughts of space, they are apt to stop at the confines of body, as if space were there at an end too, and reached no further, or if their ideas upon consideration carry them further, yes, they term what is beyond the limits of the universe imaginary space, as if it were nothing, because there is no body existing in it. Whereas duration, antecedent to all body and to the motions which it is measured by, they never term imaginary, because it is never supposed void or some other real existence. And if the names of things may at all direct our thoughts towards the original of men's ideas, as I am apt to think, they may very much, one may have occasion to think by the name duration, that the continuation of existence with a kind of resistance to any destructive force, and the continuation of solidity, which is apt to be confounded with, and if we will look into the minute anatomical parts of matter, is little different from hardness, were thought to have some analogy, and gave occasion to words so near of kin as durare and durum es, and that durare is applied to the idea of hardness as well as that of existence. We see in Horace, Apod 16, Ferro durabit secula. But be that as it will, this is certain, that whoever pursues his own thoughts will find them sometimes launch out beyond the extent of body into the infinity of space or expansion, the idea whereof is distinct and separate from body and all other things, which may, to those who please, be a subject of further meditation. Time in general is to duration as place to extension. They are so much of those boundless oceans of eternity and immensity as is set out and distinguished from the rest, as it were by landmarks, and so are made use of to denote the position of finite real beings in respect one to another, in those uniform infinite oceans of duration and space. These, rightly considered, are only ideas of determinate distances from certain known points, fixed and distinguishable sensible things, and supposed to keep the same distance one from another. From such points, fixed and sensible beings, we reckon, and from them we measure our portions of those infinite quantities, which, so considered, are that which we call time and place. For duration and space being in themselves uniform and boundless, the order and position of things without such known settled points would be lost in them, and all things would lie jumbled in an incurable confusion. Time and space, taken thus for determinate, distinguishable portions of those infinite abysses of space and duration, set out or supposed to be distinguished from the rest by marks and known boundaries, have each of them a twofold acceptation. First, time in general is commonly taken for so much of infinite duration as is measured by and coexistent with the existence and motions of the great bodies of the universe, as far as we know anything of them, and in this sense time begins and ends with the frame of this sensible world, as in these phrases before mentioned, before all time, or when time shall be no more. Place likewise is taken sometimes for that portion of infinite space which is possessed by and comprehended within the material world, and is thereby distinguished from the rest of expansion, though this may be more properly called extension than place. Within these two are confined, and by the observable parts of them are measured and determined the particular time or duration, and the particular extension and place of all corporeal beings. Secondly, sometimes the word time is used in a larger sense, and is applied to parts of that infinite duration, not that were really distinguished and measured out by this real existence and periodical motions of bodies that were appointed from the beginning to be for signs and for seasons and for days and years, and are accordingly our measures of time, but such other portions too of that infinite uniform duration which we upon any occasion do suppose equal to certain lengths of measured time, and so consider them as bounded and determined. For if we should suppose the creation or fall of the angels was at the beginning of the Julian period, we should speak properly enough, and should be understood if we said it is a longer time since the creation of angels than the creation of the world by 764 years, whereby we would mark out so much of that undistinguished duration as we suppose equal to, and would have admitted 764 annual revolutions of the sun moving at the rate it now does. And thus likewise we sometimes speak of place, distance, or bulk in the great inane beyond the confines of the world, when we consider so much of that space as is equal to or capable to receive a body of any assigned dimensions as a cubic foot, or do suppose a point in it at such a certain distance from any part of the universe. Where and when are questions belonging to all finite existences, and are by us always reckoned from some known part of the sensible world, and from some certain epochs marked out to us by the motions observable in it. Without some such fixed parts or periods, the order of things would be lost to our finite understandings in the boundless, invariable oceans of duration and expansion, which comprehend in them all finite beings, and in their full extent belong only to the deity. And therefore we are not to wonder that we comprehend them not, and do so often find our thoughts as at a loss, when we would consider them either abstractly in themselves or as anyway attributed to the first incomprehensible being. But then applied to any particular finite beings, the extension of any body is so much of that infinite space as the bulk of the body takes up, and place is the position of any body when considered at a certain distance from some other, as the idea of the particular duration of anything is an idea of that portion of infinite duration which passes during the existence of that thing, so that when the thing existed is the idea of that space of duration which passed between some known and fixed periods of duration and the being of that thing. One shows the distance of the extremities of the bulk or existence of the same thing as that it is a foot square or lasted 2 years. The other shows the distance of it in place or existence from other fixed points of space or duration, as that it was in the middle of Lincoln's Inn Fields, or the first degree of Taurus, and in the year of our Lord 1671, or the 1000th year of the Julian period. All which distances we measure by preconceived ideas of certain lengths of space and duration, as inches, feet, miles, and degrees, and in the other minutes, days, and years, etc. There is one thing more wherein space and duration have a great conformity, and that is, though they are justly reckoned amongst our simple ideas, yet none of the distinct ideas we have of either is without all manner of composition. 'Tis the very nature of both of them to consist of parts, but their parts being all of the same kind and without the mixture of any other idea, hinder them not from having a place amongst simple ideas. Could the mind as in number come to so small a part of extension or duration as excluded divisibility, that would be, as it were, the indivisible unit or idea, by repetition of which it would mark its more enlarged ideas of extension and duration. But since the mind is not able to frame an idea of any space without parts, instead whereof it makes use of the common measures which, by familiar use, in each country have imprinted themselves on the memory, as inches and feet, or cubits and parasangs, and so seconds, minutes, hours, days, and years in duration. The mind makes use, I say, of such ideas as simple ones, and these are the component parts of larger ideas, which the mind upon occasion makes by the addition of such known lengths which it is acquainted with. On the other side, the ordinary smallest measure we have of either is looked on as a unit in number, when the mind by division would reduce them into less fractions, though on both sides, both in addition and division either of space or duration, when the idea under consideration becomes very big or very small, its precise bulk becomes very obscure and confused, and it is the number of its repeated additions or divisions that alone remains clear and distinct, as will easily appear to anyone who will let his thoughts loose in the vast expansion of space or divisibility of matter. Every part of duration is duration too, and every part of extension is extension, both of them capable of addition or division in infinitum. But the least portions of either of them, whereof we have clear and distinct ideas, may perhaps be fittest to be considered by us as the simple ideas of that kind out of which our complex modes of space, extension, and duration are made up, and into which they can again be distinctly resolved. Such a small part in duration may be called a moment, and is the time of one idea in our minds, in the train of their ordinary succession there. The other, wanting a proper name, I know not whether I may be allowed to call a sensible point, meaning whereby the least particle of matter or space we can discern, which is ordinarily about a minute, and to the sharpest eyes seldom less than 30 seconds of a circle, whereof the eye is the center. Expansion and duration have this further agreement, that though they are both considered by us as having parts, yet their parts are not separable from one another, no, not even in thought. Though the parts of bodies from whence we take our measure of the one, and the parts of motion, or rather the succession of ideas in our minds, from whence we take the measure of the other, may be interrupted and separated, as the one is often by rest and the other is by sleep, which we call rest too. There is this manifest difference between them, that the ideas of length which we have of expansion are turned everywhere, and so make figure and breadth and thickness. But duration is but as it were the length of one straight line extended in infinitum, not capable of multiplicity, variation, or figure, but is one common measure of all existence whatsoever, wherein all things, whilst they exist, equally partake. For this present moment is common to all things that are now in being, and equally comprehends that part of their existence, as much as if there were all but one single being, and we may truly say they all exist in the same moment of time. Whether angels and spirits have any analogy to this in respect to expansion is beyond my comprehension, and perhaps for us, who have understandings and comprehensions suited to our own preservation and to the ends of our own being, but not to the reality and extent of all other beings, it is near as hard to conceive any existence or to have an idea of any real being, with a perfect negation of all manner of expansion, as it is to have the idea of any real existence with a perfect negation of all manner of duration. And therefore what spirits have to do with space, or how they communicate in it, we know not. All that we know is that bodies do each singly possess its proper portion of it according to the extent of solid parts, and thereby exclude all other bodies from having any share in that particular portion of space whilst it remains there. Duration and time, which is a part of it, is the idea we have of perishing distance, of which no two parts exist together, but follow each other in succession. And expansion is the idea of lasting distance, all whose parts exist together, and are not capable of succession. And therefore, though we cannot conceive any duration without succession, nor can put it together in our thoughts that any being does now exist tomorrow, or possess at once more than the present moment of duration, yet we can conceive the eternal duration of the Almighty, far different from that of man or any other finite being, because man comprehends not in his knowledge or power all past and future things. His thoughts are but for yesterday, and he knows not what tomorrow will bring forth. What is once past he can never recall, and what is yet to come he cannot make present. What I say of man, I say of all finite beings who, though they may far exceed man in knowledge and power, yet are no more than the meanest creature in comparison with God himself. Finite of any magnitude holds not any proportion to infinite, God's infinite duration being accompanied with infinite knowledge and infinite power. He sees all things past and to come, and they are no more distant from his knowledge, no further removed from his sight than the present. They all lie under the same view, and there is nothing which he cannot make exist each moment he pleases. For the existence of all things depending upon his good pleasure, all things exist every moment that he thinks fit to have them exist. To conclude, expansion and duration do mutually embrace and comprehend each other. Every part of space being in every part of duration, and every part of duration in every part of expansion. Such a combination of two distinct ideas is, I suppose, scarce to be found in all that great variety we do or can conceive, and may afford matter to further speculation. Chapter 16 of Number. Amongst all the ideas we have, as there is none suggested to the mind by more ways, so there is none more simple than that of unity, or one. It has no shadow of variety or composition in it. Every object our senses are employed about, every idea in our understandings, every thought of our minds brings this idea along with it. And therefore it is the most intimate of our thoughts, as well as it is, in its agreement to all other things, the most universal idea we have. For number applies itself to men, angels, actions, thoughts, everything that either doth exist or can be imagined. By repeating this idea in our minds and adding the repetitions together, we come by the complex idea of the modes of it. Thus, by adding 1 to 1, we have the complex idea of a couple. By putting 12 units together, we have the complex idea of a dozen, and so of a score or a million or any other number. The simple modes of number are of all other the most distinct. Every the least variation which is an unit, making each combination as clearly different from that which approacheth nearest to it as the most remote, 2 being as distinct from 1 as 200, and the idea of 2 as distinct from the idea of 3, as the magnitude of the whole earth is from that of a mite. This is not so in other simple modes, in which it is not so easy, nor perhaps possible for us to distinguish betwixt two approaching ideas which yet are really different. For who will undertake to find a difference between the white on this paper and that of the next degree to it, or can form distinct ideas of every the least excess in extension? The clearness and distinctness of each mode of number from all others, even those that approach nearest, makes me apt to think that demonstrations in numbers, if they are not more evident and exact than in extension, yet they are more general in their use and more determinate in their application, because the ideas of numbers are more precise and distinguishable than in extension, where every equality and excess are not so easy to be observed or measured, because our thoughts cannot in space arrive at any determined smallness beyond which it cannot go as an unit, and therefore the quantity or proportion of any the least excess cannot be discovered, which is clear otherwise a number where, as has been said, 91 is as distinguishable from 90 as from 9,000, though 91 be the next immediate excess to 90. But it is not so in extension, where whatsoever is more than just a foot or an inch is not distinguishable from the standard of a foot or an inch, and in lines which appear of an equal length, one may be longer than the other by innumerable parts, nor can any one assign an angle which shall be the next biggest to a right one. By the repeating, as has been said, the idea of an unit and joining it to another unit, we make thereof one collective idea marked by the name too. And whosoever can do this and proceed on, still adding one more to the last collective idea which he had of any number, and gave a name to it, may count or have ideas for several collections of units distinguished one from another, as far as he hath a series of names for following numbers, and a memory to retain that series with their several names, all numeration being but still the adding of one unit more and giving to the whole together, as comprehended in one idea, a new or distinct name or sign, whereby to know it from those before and after, and distinguish it from every smaller or greater multitude of units, so that he that can add one to one, and so to two, and so go on with his tale, taking still with him the distinct names belonging to every progression, and so again by subtracting an unit from each collection, retreat and lessen them, is capable of all the ideas of numbers within the compass of his language, or for which he hath names, though not perhaps of more. For the several simple modes of numbers being in our minds, with so many combinations of units which have no variety, nor are capable of any other difference, but more or less names or marks for each distinct combination, seem more necessary than in any other sort of ideas. For without such names or marks we can hardly well make use of numbers in reckoning, especially where the combination is made up of any great multitude of units, which put together without a name or mark to distinguish that precise collection will hardly be kept from being a heap in confusion. This I think to be the reason why some Americans I have spoken with, who were otherwise of quick and rational parts enough, could not, as we do, by any means count to 1,000, nor had any distinct idea of that number, though they could reckon very well to 20, because their language being scanty and accommodated only to the few necessaries of a needy, simple life, unacquainted either with trade or mathematics, had no words in it to stand for 1,000, so that when they were discoursed with of those greater numbers, they would show the hairs of their head to express a great multitude which they could not number, which inability, I suppose, proceeded from their want of names. The Topinambos had no names for numbers above 5, any number beyond that they made out by showing their fingers and the fingers of others who were present. And I doubt not, but we ourselves might distinctly number in words a great deal further than we usually do, would we find out but some fit denominations to signify them by, whereas in the way we take now to name them by millions of millions of millions, etc., it is hard to go beyond 18 or at most 4 and 20 decimal progressions without confusion, but to show how much distinct names conduce to our well reckoning or having useful ideas of numbers, let us see all these following figures in one continued line as the marks of one number, v.g. nonillions, 857,324, octillions, 16, 24, 86, septillions, 34, 58, 96, sextillions, 43, 79, 18, quintillions, 43, 42, 31, 47, quadrillions, 24, 81, 06, trillions, 23, 54, 21, billions, 26, 17, 34, millions, 36, 81, 49, units, 80, 62, 31, 37. The ordinary way of naming this number in English will be the often repeating of millions 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 of millions, which is the denomination of the the second 6 figures, in which way it will be very hard to have any distinguishing notions of this number, but whether by giving every 6 figures a new and orderly denomination, these and perhaps a great many more figures in progression might not easily be counted distinctly, and ideas of them both got more easily to ourselves and more plainly signified to others, I leave it to be considered. This I mention only to show how necessary distinct names are to numbering without pretending to introduce new ones of my invention. Thus children, neither for want of names to mark the several progressions of numbers, or not having yet the faculty to collect scattered ideas into complex ones and range them in a regular order, and so retain them in their memories as is necessary to reckoning, do not begin to number very early, nor proceed in it very far or steadily, till a good while after they are well furnished with good store of other ideas, and one may often observe them discourse and reason pretty well, and have very clear conceptions of several other things before they can tell 20, and some, through the default of their memories, who cannot retain the several combinations of numbers with their names annexed in their distinct orders, and the dependence of so long a train of numeral progressions and their relation one to another, are not able at all their lifetime to reckon or regularly go over any moderate series of numbers. For he that will count 20 or have any idea of that number must know that 19 went before, with the distinct name or sign of every one of them as they stand marked in their order. For wherever this fails, a gap is made, the chain breaks, and the progress in numbering can go no further. So that to reckon right it is required, 1. That the mind distinguish carefully two ideas, which are different one from another only by the addition or subtraction of one unit. 2. That it retain in memory the names or marks of the several combinations from an unit to that number, and that not confusedly at random, but in that exact order that the numbers follow one another, in either of which, if it trips, the whole business of numbering will be disturbed, and there will remain only the confused idea of multitude, but the ideas necessary to distinct numeration will not be attained to. This further is observable in number, that it is that which the mind makes use of in measuring all things that by us are measurable, which principally are expansion and duration, and our idea of infinity, even when applied to those, seems to be nothing but the infinity of number. For what else are our ideas of eternity and immensity but the repeated additions of certain ideas of imagined parts of duration and expansion, with the infinity of number, in which we can come to no end of addition? For such an inexhaustible stock number of all our ideas most clearly furnishes us with, as is obvious to everyone. For let a man collect into one sum as great a number as he pleases, this multitude, how great soever, lessens not one jot the power of adding to it, or brings him any nearer the end of the inexhaustible stock of number, where still there remains as much to be added as if none were taken out. And to this endless addition or addibility, if anyone like the word better, of numbers, so apparent to the mind is that, I think, which gives us the clearest and most distinct idea of infinity, of which more in the following chapter. Chapter 17 of Infinity. He that would know what kind of idea it is to which we give the name of infinity cannot do it better than by considering to what infinity is by the mind more immediately attributed, and then how the mind comes to frame it. Finite and infinite seem to me to be looked upon by the mind as the modes of quantity, and to be attributed primarily in their first designation only to those things which have parts, and are capable of increase or diminution by the addition or subtraction of any, the least part. And such are the ideas of space, duration, and number, which we have considered in the foregoing chapters. It is true that we cannot but be assured that the great God, of whom and from whom are all things, is incomprehensibly infinite. But yet, when we apply to that first and supreme being our idea of infinite, in our weak and narrow thoughts, we do it primarily to respect to his duration and ubiquity, and I think more figuratively to his power, wisdom, and goodness, and other attributes which are properly inexhaustible and incomprehensible, etc. For when we call them infinite, we have no other idea of this infinity but what carries with it some reflection on and imitation of that number or extent of the acts or objects of God's power, wisdom, and goodness, which can never be supposed so great or so many, which these attributes will not always surmount and exceed. Let us multiply them in our thoughts as far as we can with all the infinity of endless number. I do not pretend to say how these attributes are in God, who is infinitely beyond the reach of our narrow capacities. They do, without doubt, contain in them all possible perfection. But this, I say, is our way of conceiving them, and these our ideas of their infinity. Finite, then, and infinite, being by the mind looked on as modifications of expansion and duration. The next thing to be considered is how the mind comes by them. As for the idea of finite, there is no great difficulty. The obvious portions of extension that affect our senses carry with them into the mind the idea of finite, and the ordinary periods of succession whereby we measure time and duration as hours, days, and years are bounded lengths. The difficulty is how we come by those boundless ideas of eternity and immensity, since the objects we converse with come so much short of any approach or proportion to that largeness. Everyone that has any idea of any stated length of space as a foot finds that he can repeat that idea and, joining it to the former, make the idea of 2 feet, and by the addition of a third 3 feet, and so on, without ever coming to an end of his additions, whether of the same idea of a foot, or, if he pleases, of doubling it, or any other idea he has of any length as a mile or diameter of the earth, or of the orbis magnus. For whichever of these he takes, and how often soever he doubles or any otherwise multiplies it, he finds that, after he has continued his doubling in his thoughts and enlarged his idea as much as he pleases, he has no more reason to stop, nor is one jot nearer the end of such addition than he was at first setting out. The power of enlarging his idea of space by further additions remaining still the same, he hence takes the idea of infinite space. This, I think, is the way whereby the mind gets the idea of infinite space. It is a quite different consideration to examine whether the mind has the idea of such a boundless space actually existing, since our ideas are not always proofs of the existence of things. But yet, since this comes here in our way, I suppose I may say that we are apt to think that space in itself is actually boundless, to which imagination the idea of space or expansion of itself naturally leads us. For it being considered by us either as the extension of body or as existing by itself without any solid matter taking it up, for of such a void space we have not only the idea, but I have proved, as I think, from the motion of body its necessary existence. It is impossible the mind should be ever able to find or suppose any end of it, or be stopped anywhere in its progress in this space, how far soever it extends its thoughts. Any bounds made with body, even adamantine walls, are so far from putting a stop to the mind in its further progress in space and extension that it rather facilitates and enlarges it. For so far as that body reaches, so far no one can doubt of extension, and when we are come to the utmost extremity of body, what is there that can there put a stop and satisfy the mind that it is at the end of space, when it perceives that it is not, nay, when it is satisfied that body itself can move into it? For if it be necessary for the motion of body that there should be an empty space, though ever so little, here amongst bodies, and if it be possible for body to move in or through that empty space, nay, it is impossible for any particle of matter to move but into an empty space. Now, it is impossible for any particle of matter to move but into an empty space. The same possibility of a body's moving into a void space beyond the utmost bounds of body, as well as into a void space interspersed amongst bodies, will always remain clear and evident. The idea of empty pure space, whether within or beyond the confines of all bodies, being exactly the same, differing not in nature, though in bulk, and there being nothing to hinder body from moving into it. So that wherever the mind places itself by any thought, either amongst or remote from all bodies, it can, in this uniform idea of space, nowhere find any bounds, any end, and so must necessarily conclude it by the very nature and the idea of each part of it to be actually infinite. As by the power we find in ourselves of repeating, as often as we will, any idea of space, we get the idea of immensity. So by being able to repeat the idea of any length of duration we have in our minds with all the endless addition of number, we come by the idea of eternity. For we find in ourselves we can no more come to an end of such repeated ideas than we can come to the end of number, which everyone perceives he cannot. But here again it is another question quite different from our having an idea of eternity, to know whether there were any real being whose duration has been eternal. And as to this I say, he that considered something now existing must necessarily come to something eternal. But having spoke of this in another place, I shall say here no more of it, but proceed on to some other considerations of our idea of infinity. If it be so that our idea of infinity be got from the power we observe in ourselves of repeating without end our own ideas, it may be demanded why we do not attribute infinity to other ideas as well as those of space and duration, since they may be as easily and as often repeated in our minds as the other. And yet nobody ever thinks of infinite sweetness or infinite whiteness, though he can repeat the idea of sweet or white as frequently as those of a yard or a day. To which I answer, all the ideas that are considered as having part and are capable of increase by the addition of any equal or less part afford us by their repetition the idea of infinity, because with this endless repetition there is continued an enlargement of which there can be no end. But in other ideas it is not so. For to the largest idea of extension or duration that I at present have, the addition of any, the least part makes an increase. But to the perfectest idea I have of the whitest whiteness, if I add another of a less or equal whiteness and of a whiter than I have, I cannot add the idea. It makes no increase and enlarges not my idea at all, and therefore the different ideas of whiteness, etc., are called degrees. For those ideas that consist of parts are capable of being augmented by every addition of the least part. But if you take the idea of white, which one parcel of snow yielded yesterday to our sight, and another idea of white from another parcel of snow you see today, and put them together in your mind, they embody, as it were, and run into one, and the idea of whiteness is not at all increased. And if we add a less degree of whiteness to a greater, we are so far from increasing that we diminish it. Those ideas that consist not of parts cannot be augmented to what proportion men please, or be stretched beyond what they have received by their senses. But space, duration, and number, being capable of increase by repetition, leave in the mind an idea of endless room for more, nor can we conceive anywhere a stop to a further addition or progression, and so those ideas alone lead our minds towards the thought of infinity. Though our idea of infinity arises from the contemplation of quantity and the endless increase the mind is able to make in quantity by the repeated additions of what portions thereof it pleases, yet I guess we cause great confusion in our thoughts. Then we join infinity to any supposed idea of quantity the mind can be thought to have, and so discourse discourse or reason about an infinite quantity with an infinite space or an infinite duration. For our idea of infinity being, as I think, an endless growing idea, but the idea of any quantity the mind has being at that time terminated in that idea, for be it as great as it will, it can be no greater than it is. To join infinity to it is to adjust a standing measure to a growing bulk. And therefore, I think it is not an insignificant subtlety if I say that we are carefully to distinguish between the idea of the infinite space and the idea of a space infinite. The first is nothing but a supposed endless progression of the mind over what repeated ideas of space it pleases, but to have actually in the mind the idea of a space infinite is to suppose the mind already passed over, and actually to have a view of all those repeated ideas of space which an endless repetition can never totally represent to it, which carries in it a plain contradiction. This perhaps will be a little plainer if we consider it in numbers. The infinity of numbers, to the end of whose addition everyone perceives there is no approach, easily appears to anyone that reflects on it. But how clear soever this idea of the infinity of number be, there is nothing yet more evident than the absurdity of the actual idea of an infinite number. Whatsoever positive ideas we have in our minds of any space, duration, or number, let them be ever so great, they are still finite. But when we suppose an inexhaustible remainder from which we remove all bounds, and wherein we allow the mind an endless progression of thought without ever completing the idea, there we have our idea of infinity, which, though it seems to be pretty clear when we consider nothing else in it but the negation of an end, yet when we would frame in our minds the idea of an infinite space or duration, that idea is very obscure and confused, because it is made up of two parts, very different, if not inconsistent. For let a man frame in his mind an idea of any space or number as great as he will, it is plain the mind rests and terminates in that idea, which is contrary to the idea of infinity, which consists in a supposed endless progression. And therefore, I think it is that we are so easily confounded when we come to argue and reason about infinite space or duration, etc., because the parts of such an idea not being perceived to be, as they are, inconsistent, the one side or other always perplexes, whatsoever consequences we draw from the other. As an idea of motion not passing on would perplex anyone who should argue from such an idea, which is not better than an idea of motion at rest. And such another seems to me to be the idea of a space, or which is the same thing, a number infinite, i.e. of a space or number which the mind actually has, and so views and terminates in, and of a space or number which in a constant and endless enlarging and progression it can in thought never attain to. For how large soever an idea of space I have in my mind, it is no larger than it is that instant that I have it, though I be capable the next instant to double it, and so on in infinitum. For that alone is infinite, which has no bounds, and that's the idea of infinity in which our thoughts can find none. But of all other ideas, it is number, as I have said, which I think furnishes us with the clearest and most distinct idea of infinity we are capable of. For even in space and duration, when the mind pursues the idea of infinity, it there makes use of the ideas of representations of numbers as of millions and millions of miles or years, which are so many distinct ideas kept best by number from running into a confused heap, wherein the mind loses itself, and when it has added together as many millions, etc., as it pleases, of known lengths of space or duration, the clearest idea it can get of infinity is the confused, incomprehensible remainder of endless addable numbers, which affords no prospect of stop or boundary. It will perhaps give us a little further light into the idea we have of infinity and discover to us that it is nothing but the infinity of number applied to determinate parts of which we have in our minds the distinct ideas, if we consider that number is not generally thought by us infinite, whereas duration and extension are apt to be so, which arises from hence that in number we are at one end, as it were, for there being in number nothing less than an unit, we there stop and are at an end. But in addition or increase of number we can set no bounds, and so it is like a line whereof one end terminating with us, the other is extended still forwards beyond all that we can conceive. But in space and duration it is otherwise. For in duration we consider it as if this line of number were extended both ways to an unconceivable, undeterminate, and infinite length, which is evident to anyone that will but reflect on what consideration he hath of eternity, which I suppose will find to be nothing else but the turning this infinity of number both ways, a parte ante and a parte post, as they speak. For when we would consider eternity a parte ante, what do we but, beginning from ourselves and the present time we are in, repeat in our minds the ideas of years or ages or any other assignable portion of duration past, with a prospect of proceeding in such addition with all the infinity of number. And when we would consider eternity a parte post, we just after the same rate begin from ourselves and reckon by multiplied periods yet to come, still extending that line of number as before. And these two being put together are that infinite duration we call eternity, which as we turn our view either way, forwards or backwards, appears infinite, because we still turn that way the infinite end of number, i.e. the power still of adding more. The same happens also in space, wherein conceiving ourselves to be as it were in the center, we do on all sides pursue those indeterminable lines of number, and reckoning any way from ourselves a yard, mile diameter of the earth, or orbis magnus by the infinity of number, we add others to them as often as we will, and having no more reason to set bounds to those repeated ideas than we have to set bounds to number, we have that indeterminable idea of immensity. And since in any bulk of matter our thoughts can never arrive at the utmost divisibility, therefore there is an apparent infinity to us also in that which has the infinity also of number, but with this difference, that in the former considerations of the infinity of space and duration we only use addition of numbers, whereas this is like the division of an unit into its fractions, wherein the mind also can proceed in infinitum, as well as in the former additions, it being indeed but the addition still of new numbers, though in the addition of the one we can have no more the positive idea of a space infinitely great than, in the division of the other we can have the idea of a body infinitely little, our idea of infinity being, as I may say, a growing or fugitive idea still in a boundless progression that can stop nowhere. Though it be hard, I think, to find anyone so absurd as to say he has the positive idea of an actual infinite number, the infinity whereof lies only in a power still of adding any combination of units to any former number, and that as long as and as much as one will. The like also being in the infinity of space and duration, which power leaves always to the mind room for endless additions, yet there be those who imagine they have positive ideas of infinite duration and space. It would, I think, be enough to destroy any such positive idea of infinite to ask him that has it whether he could add it to or no, which would easily show the mistake of such a positive idea. We can, I think, have no positive idea of any space or duration which is not made up of and commensurate to repeated numbers of feet or yards or days and years, which are the common measures whereof we have the ideas in our minds, and whereby we judge of the greatness of this sort of quantities. And therefore, since an infinite idea of space or duration must needs be made up of infinite parts, It can have no other infinity than that of number capable still of further addition, but not an actual positive idea of a number infinite. For I think it is evident that the addition of finite things together, as are all lengths whereof we have the positive ideas, can never otherwise produce the idea of infinite than as number does, which, consisting of additions of finite units one to another, suggests the idea of infinite only by a power we find we have of still increasing the sum and adding more of the same kind without coming one jot nearer the end of such progression. They who would prove their idea of infinite to be positive seem to me to do it by a pleasant argument taken from the negation of an end, which being negative, the negation of it is positive. He that considers that the end is in body, but the extremity or superficies of that body will not perhaps be forward to grant that the end is a bare negative, and he that perceives the end of this pen as black or white will be apt to think that the end is something more than a pure negation. Nor is it, when applied to duration, the bare negation of existence, but more properly the last moment of it. But if they will have the end to be nothing but the bare negation of existence, I am sure they cannot deny, but the beginning is the first instant of being, and is not by anybody conceived to be a bare negation, and therefore by their own argument the idea of eternal, a parte ante, or of a duration without a beginning, is but a negative idea. The idea of infinite has, I confess, something of positive in all those things we apply to it. When we would think of infinite space or duration, we at first step usually make some very large idea, as perhaps millions of ages or miles, which possibly we double and multiply several times. All that we thus amass together in our thoughts is positive, and the assemblage of a great number of positive ideas of space or duration. But what still remains beyond this we have no more a positive distinct notion of than a mariner has of the depth of the sea, where, having let down a large portion of his sounding line, he reaches no bottom, whereby he knows the depth to be so many fathoms and more, but how much the more is, he hath no distinct notion at all. And could he always apply new line and find the plummet always sink without ever stopping, he would be something in the posture of the mind reaching after a complete and positive idea of infinity. In which case, let this line be 10 or 10,000 fathoms long, it equally discovers what is beyond it, and gives only this confused and comparative idea that this is not all, but one may yet go farther. So much as the mind comprehends of any space it has a positive idea of, but in endeavouring to make it infinite, it being always enlarging, always advancing, the idea is still imperfect and incomplete. So much as the mind comprehends of any space it has a positive idea of, but in endeavouring to make it infinite, it being always enlarging, always advancing, the idea is still imperfect and incomplete. So much space as the mind takes a view of in its contemplation of greatness is a clear picture and positive in the understanding, but infinite is still greater. 1. Then the idea of so much is positive and clear. 2. The idea of greater is also clear, but it is but a comparative idea. 3. The idea of so much greater as cannot be comprehended, and this is plainly negative, not positive, for he has no positive clear idea of the largeness of any extension, which is that thought for in the idea of infinite, that has not a comprehensive idea of the dimensions of it, and such nobody, I think, pretends to in what is infinite. For to say a man has a positive clear idea of any quantity without knowing how great it is as reasonable as to say he has the positive clear idea of the number of the sands on the seashore, who knows not how many there be, but only that they are more than 20. For just such a perfect and positive idea has he of an infinite space or duration, who says it is larger than the extent or duration of 10, 100, 1,000 or any other number of miles or years whereof he has or can have a positive idea, which is all the idea I think we have of infinite. So that what lies beyond our positive idea towards infinity lies in obscurity and has the indeterminate confusion of a negative idea, wherein I know I neither do nor can comprehend all I would, it being too large for a finite and narrow capacity. That cannot but be very far from a positive complete idea, wherein the greatest part of what I would comprehend is left out under the indeterminate intimation of being still greater. For to say that having in any quantity measured so much or gone so far, you are not yet at the end, is only to say that the quantity is greater. So that the negation of an end in any quantity is, in other words, only to say that it is bigger. And the total negation of an end is but carrying this bigger still with you, and all the progressions of your thoughts shall make in quantity, and adding this idea of still greater to all the ideas you have, or can be supposed to have, of quantity. Now, whether such an idea as that be positive, I leave anyone to consider. I ask those who say they have a positive idea of eternity whether their idea of duration includes in its succession or not. If it does not, they ought to show the difference of their notion of duration when applied to an eternal being and to a finite, since perhaps there may be others as well as I who will own to them their weakness of understanding in this point, and acknowledge that the notion they have of duration forces them to conceive that whatever has duration is of a longer continuance today than it was yesterday. If, to avoid succession in external existence, they return to the punctum stance of the schools, I suppose they will thereby very little mend the matter, or help us to a more clear and positive idea of infinite duration, there being nothing more inconceivable to me than duration without succession. Besides, that punctum stance, if it signify anything, being not quantum, finite, or infinite, cannot belong to it. But if our weak apprehensions cannot separate succession from any duration whatsoever, our idea of eternity can be nothing but of infinite succession of moments of duration wherein anything does exist. And whether anyone has or can have a positive idea of an actual infinite number, I leave him to consider, till his infinite number be so great that he himself can add no more to it, and as long as he can increase it, I doubt he himself will think the idea he hath of it a little too scanty for positive infinity. I think it unavoidable for every considering rational creature that will but examine his own or any other existence to have the notion of an eternal wise being who had no beginning, and such an idea of infinite duration I am sure I have. But this negation of a beginning being but the negation of a positive thing scarce gives me a positive idea of infinity, which, whenever I endeavour to extend my thoughts to, I confess myself at a loss, and find I cannot attain any clear comprehension of it. He that thinks he has a positive idea of infinite space will, when he considers it, find that he can no more have a positive idea of the greatest than he has of the least space. For in this latter, which seems the easier of the two, and more within our comprehension, we are capable only of a comparative idea of smallness, which will always be less than any one whereof we have the positive idea. All our positive ideas of any quantity, whether great or little, have always bounds, though our comparative idea, whereby we can always add to the one and take from the other, hath no bounds. For that which remains, either great or little, not being comprehended in that positive idea which we have, lies in obscurity, and we have no other idea of it, but of the power of enlarging the one and diminishing the other without ceasing. A pestle and mortar will as soon bring any particle of matter to indivisibility as the acutest thought of a mathematician, and a surveyor may as soon with his chain measure out infinite space as a philosopher by the quickest flight of mind reach it, or by thinking comprehend it, which is to have a positive idea of it. He that thinks of a cube of an inch diameter has a clear and positive idea of it in his mind, and so can frame one of half, 1/4, 1/8, and so on. till he has the idea of his thoughts of something very little, but yet reaches not the idea of that incomprehensible littleness which division can produce. What remains as smallness is as far from his thoughts as when he first began. Therefore, he never comes at all to have a clear and positive idea of that smallness which is consequent to infinite divisibility. Everyone that looks towards infinity does, as I have said, at first glance make some very large idea of that which he applies it to, let it be space or duration, and possibly he varies his thoughts by multiplying in his mind that first large idea. But yet by that he comes no nearer to having a positive clear idea of what remains to make up a positive infinite than the country fellow had of the water which was yet to come and past the channel of the river where he stood. Rusticus expectet dum defluat amnes et ill labitur et labitur in omne volubilis aevum. There are some I have met that put so much difference between infinite duration and infinite space that they persuade themselves that they have a positive idea of eternity, but that they have not, nor can have, any idea of infinite space. The reason of which mistake I suppose to be this: that finding by a due contemplation of causes and effects that it is necessary to admit some eternal being, and so to consider the real existence of that being as taken up and commensurate to their idea of eternity, but on the other side not finding it necessary, but on the contrary apparently absurd, that body should be infinite, they forwardly conclude that they can have no idea of infinite space because they can have no idea of infinite matter. Which consequence I conceive is very ill collected, because the existence of matter is no ways necessary to the existence of space, no more than the existence of motion or the sun is necessary to duration, though duration used to be measured by it. And I doubt not but that a man may have the idea of 10,000 miles square without any body so big, as well as the idea of 10,000 years without any body so old. It seems as easy to me to have the idea of space empty of body as to think of the capacity of a bushel without corn, or the whole of a nutshell without a kernel in it. It being no more necessary than there should be existing a solid body, infinitely extended, because we have an idea of the infinity of space, than it is necessary that the world should be eternal, because we have an idea of infinite duration. And why should we think our idea of infinite space requires the real existence of matter to support it, when we find that we have as clear an idea of an infinite duration to come as we have of infinite duration past? Though I suppose nobody thinks it conceivable that anything does or has existed in that future duration. Nor is it possible to join our idea of future duration with present or past existence any more than it is possible to make the ideas of yesterday, today, and tomorrow to be the same, or bring ages past and future together and make them contemporary. But if these men are of the mind that they have clearer ideas of infinite duration than of infinite space, because it is past doubt that God has existed from all eternity, and there is no real matter co-extended with infinite space, yet those philosophers who are of opinion that infinite space is possessed by God's infinite omnipresence, as well as infinite duration by his eternal existence, must be allowed to have as clear an idea of infinite space as of infinite duration, though neither of them, I think, has any positive idea of infinity in either case. For whatsoever positive ideas a man has in his mind of any quantity, he can repeat it and add it to the former as easy as he can add together the ideas of 2 days or 2 paces, which are positive ideas of lengths he has in his mind, and so on as long as he pleases. Whereby, if a man had a positive idea of infinite, either duration or space, he could add 2 infinities together, nigh make one infinite infinitely bigger than another. Absurdities too grows to be confuted. But yet, if after all this there be men who persuade themselves that they have clear positive comprehensive ideas of infinity, it is fit they enjoy their privilege, and I should be very glad with some others that I know who acknowledge they have none such to be better informed by their communication, for I have been hitherto apt to think that the great and inextricable difficulties which perpetually involve all discourses concerning infinity, whether of space, duration, or divisibility, have been to certain marks of a defect in our ideas of infinity, and the disproportion the nature thereof has to the comprehension of our narrow capacities. For whilst men talk and dispute of infinite space or duration as if they had a complete and positive ideas of them as they have of the names they use for them, or as they have of a yard or an hour or any other determinate quantity, it is no wonder if the incomprehensible nature of the thing they discourse of or reason about leads them into perplexities and contradictions, and their minds be overlaid by an object too large and mighty to be surveyed and managed by them. If I have dwelt pretty long on the consideration of duration, space, and number, and what arises from the contemplation of them, infinity, it is possible no more than the matter requires, there being few simple ideas whose modes give more exercise to the thoughts of men than those do. I pretend not to treat of them in their full latitude. It suffices to my design to show how the mind receives them, such as they are, from sensation and reflection, and how even the idea we have of infinity, how remote soever it may seem to be from any object of sense or operation of our mind, has, nevertheless, as all our other ideas, its original there. Some mathematicians, perhaps, of advanced speculations, may have other ways to introduce into their minds ideas of infinity, but this hinders not by that they themselves, as well as all other men, got the first ideas which they had of infinity from sensation and reflection in the method we have here set down. Chapter 18 of Other Simple Modes. Though I have in the foregoing chapters shown how, from simple ideas taken in by sensation, the mind comes to extend itself even to infinity, which, however it may of all others seem most remote from any sensible perception, yet at last hath nothing in it but what is made out of simple ideas, received into the mind by the senses, and afterwards there put together by the faculty the mind has to repeat its own ideas. Though I say these might be instances enough of simple modes of the simple ideas of sensation, and suffice to show how the mind comes by them, yet I shall, for method's sake, though briefly, give an account of some few more, and then proceed to more complex ideas. To slide, roll, tumble, walk, creep, run, dance, leap, skip, and abundance of others that might be named, are words which are no sooner heard, but everyone who understands English has presently in his mind distinct ideas which are all but the different modifications of motion. Modes of motion answer those of extension. Swift and slow are two different ideas of motion, the measures whereof are made of the distances of time and space put together, so they are complex ideas comprehending time and space with motion. The like variety have we in sounds. Every articulate word is a different modification of sound, by which we see that from the sense of hearing, by such modifications, the mind may be furnished with distinct ideas to almost an infinite number. Sounds also, besides the distinct cries of birds and beasts, are modified by diversity of notes of different length put together, which make that complex idea called a tune, which a musician may have in his mind when he hears or makes no sound at all, by reflecting on the ideas of those sounds so put together silently in his own fancy. Those of colors are also very various. Some we take notice of as the different degrees, or as they are termed shades, of the same color. But since we very seldom make assemblages of colors either for use or delight, but figure is taken in also, and has its part in it, as in painting, weaving, needleworks, etc., those which are taken notice of do most commonly belong to mixed modes, as being made up of ideas of diverse kinds, with figure and color, such as beauty, rainbow, etc. All compounded tastes and smells are also modes made up of the simple ideas of those senses, but they, being such as generally we have no names for, unless taken notice of, and cannot be set down in writing, and therefore must be left without enumeration to the thoughts and experience of my reader. In general, it may be observed that those simple modes which are considered but as different degrees of the same simple idea, though they are in themselves many of them very distinct ideas, yet have ordinarily no distinct names, nor are much taken notice of as distinct ideas, where the difference is but very small between them. Whether men have neglected these modes and given no names to them, as wanting measures nicely to distinguish them, or because when they were so distinguished that knowledge would not be of general or necessary use, I leave it to the thoughts of others. It is sufficient to my purpose to show that all our simple ideas come to our minds only by sensation and reflection, and that when the mind has them, it can variously repeat and compound them, and so make new complex ideas. But though white, red, or sweet, etc., have not been modified or made into complex ideas by several combinations so as to be named and thereby ranked into species, yet some others of the simple ideas, viz. Those of unity, duration, and motion, etc., above instanced in, as also power and thinking, have been thus modified to a great variety of complex ideas with names belonging to them. The reason whereof, I suppose, has been this, that the great concernment of men being with men one amongst another, the knowledge of men and their actions, and the signifying of them to one another was most necessary, and therefore they made ideas of actions very nicely modified and gave those complex ideas names, that they might the more easily record and discourse of those things they were daily conversant in without long ambages and circumlocutions, and that the things they were continually to give and receive information about might be the easier and quicker understood. That this is so, and that men in framing different complex ideas and giving them names have been much governed by the end of speech in general, which is a very short and expedite way of conveying their thoughts one to another, is evident in the names which in several arts have been found out and applied to several complex ideas of modified actions belonging to their several trades for dispatch's sake, and their direction or discourse about them, which ideas are not generally framed in the minds of men not conversant about these operations, and thence the words that stand for them by the greatest part of men of the same language are not understood. V.g. cold triad, drilling, filtration, cohobation are words standing for certain complex ideas which being seldom in the minds of any but those few whose particular employments do at every turn suggest them to their thoughts, those names of them are not generally understood but by smiths and chymists, who, having framed the complex ideas which these words stand for, and having given names to them or received them from others, upon hearing of these names and communication, readily conceive those ideas in their minds, as by cohobation all the simple ideas of distilling and the pouring the liquor distilled from anything back upon the remaining matter and distilling it again. Thus we see that there are great varieties of simple ideas, as of tastes and smells which have no names, and of modes many more, which either not having been generally enough observed, or else not being of any great use to be taken notice of in the affairs and converse of men, they have not had names given to them, and so pass not for species. This we shall have occasion hereafter to consider more at large when we come to speak of words. Chapter 19 of the Modes of Thinking. When the mind turns its view inwards upon itself and contemplates its own actions, thinking is the first that occurs. In it, the mind observes a great variety of modifications and from thence receives distinct ideas. Thus the perception or thought which actually accompanies and is annexed to any impression on the body made by an external object, being distinct from all other modifications of thinking, furnishes the mind with a distinct idea which we call sensation, which is, as it were, the actual entrance of any idea into the understanding by the senses. The same idea, when it again recurs without the operation of the like object on the external sensory, is remembrance. If it be sought after by the mind and with pain and endeavour found and brought again in view, it is recollection. If it be held there long under attentive consideration, it is contemplation. When ideas float in our mind without any reflection or regard of the understanding, it is that which the French call reverie. Our language has scarce a name for it, and the ideas that offer themselves, for, as I have observed in another place, whilst we are awake, there will always be a train of ideas succeeding one another in our minds are taken notice of, and, as it were, registered in the memory. It is attention. When the mind, with great earnestness and of choice, fixes its view on any idea, considers it on all sides, and will not be called off by the ordinary solicitation of other ideas, it is that we call intention or study. Sleep without dreaming is rest from all these, and dreaming itself is the having of ideas, whilst the outward senses are stopped, so that they receive not outward objects with their usual quickness in the mind, not suggested by any external objects or known occasion, nor under any choice or conduct of the understanding at all, and whether that which we call ecstasy be not dreaming with the eyes open, I leave to be examined. These are some few instances of those various modes of thinking which the mind may observe in itself, and so have as distinct ideas of as it hath of white and red, a square or a circle. I do not pretend to enumerate them all, nor to treat at large of this set of ideas which are got from reflection. That would be to make a volume. It suffices to my present purpose to have shown here by some few examples of what sort these ideas are, and how the mind comes by them, especially since I shall have occasion hereafter to treat more at large of reasoning, judging, volition, and knowledge, which are some of the most considerable operations of the mind and modes of thinking. But perhaps it may not be an unpardonable digression, nor wholly impertinent to our present design, if we reflect here upon the different state of the mind in thinking, which those instances of attention, reverie, and dreaming, etc., before mentioned, naturally enough suggest. That there are ideas, some or other, always present in the mind of a waking man. Everyone's experience convinces him, though the mind employs itself about them with several degrees of attention. Sometimes the mind fixes itself with so much earnestness on the contemplation of some objects that it turns their ideas on all sides, marks their relations and circumstances, and views every part so nicely and with such intention that it shuts out all other thoughts, and takes no notice of the ordinary impressions made then on the senses, which at another season would produce very sensible perceptions. At other times it barely observes the train of ideas that succeed in the understanding without directing and pursuing any of them, and at other times it lets them pass almost quite unregarded as faint shadows that make no impression. This difference of intention and remission of the mind in thinking, with a great variety of degrees between earnest study and very near minding nothing at all, everyone, I think, has experimented in himself. Trace it a little further, and you find the mind in sleep, retired, as it were, from the senses, and out of the reach of those motions made on the organs of sense, which at other times produce very vivid and sensible ideas. I need not, for this instance, in those who sleep out whole stormy nights without hearing the thunder or seeing the lightning or feeling the shaking of the house, which are sensible enough to those who are waking. But in this retirement of the mind from the senses, it often retains a yet more loose and incoherent manner of thinking, which we call dreaming. And last of all, sound sleep closes the scene quite, and puts an end to all appearances. This, I think, almost everyone has experience of in himself, and his own observation without difficulty leading him thus far. That which I would further conclude from hence is, that since the mind can sensibly put on, at several times, several degrees of thinking, and be sometimes, even in a waking man, so remiss as to have thoughts dim and obscure to that degree that they are very little removed from none at all, and at last, in the dark retirements of sound sleep, loses the sight perfectly of all ideas whatsoever. Since, I say, this is evidently so in matter of fact and constant experience, I ask whether it be not probable that thinking is the action and not the essence of the soul, since the operations of agents will easily admit of intention and remission, but the essence of things are not conceived capable of any such variation. But this by the by. Chapter 20 of Modes of Pleasure and Pain. Amongst the simple ideas which we receive both from sensation and reflection, pain and pleasure are two very considerable ones. For as in the body there is sensation barely in itself, or accompanied with pain or pleasure, so the thought or perception of the mind is simply so, or else accompanied also with pleasure or pain, delight or trouble, call it how you please. These, like other simple ideas, cannot be described, nor their names defined. The way of knowing them is, as of the simple ideas of the senses, only by experience. For to define them by the presence of good or evil is no otherwise to make them known to us than by making us reflect on what we feel in ourselves upon the several and various operations of good and evil upon our minds as they are differently applied to or considered by us. Things then are good or evil only in reference to pleasure or pain. That we call good, which is apt to cause or increase pleasure or diminish pain in us, or else to procure or preserve us the possession of any other good or absence of any evil. And on the contrary, we name that evil which is apt to produce or increase any pain or diminish any pleasure in us, or else to procure us any evil or deprive us of any good. By pleasure and pain I must be understood to mean of body or mind as they are commonly distinguished, though in truth they be only different constitutions of the mind, sometimes occasioned by disorder in the body, sometimes by thoughts of the mind. Pleasure and pain, and that which causes them, good and evil, are the hinges on which our passions turn, and if we reflect on ourselves and observe how these and the various considerations operate in us, what modifications or tempers of mind, what internal sensations, if I may so call them, they produce in us, we may then form to ourselves the idea of our passions. Thus, anyone reflecting upon the thought he has of the delight which any present or absent thing is apt to produce in him has the idea we call love. For when a man declares in autumn when he is eating them, or in spring when there are none, that he loves grapes, it is no more but that the taste of grapes delights him. Let an alteration of health or constitution destroy the delight of their taste, and he then can be said to love grapes no longer. On the contrary, the thought of the pain which anything present or absent is apt to produce in us is what we call hatred. Were it my business here to inquire any further than into the bare ideas of our passions as they depend on different modifications of pleasure and pain, I should remark that our love and hatred of inanimate, insensible beings is commonly founded on that pleasure and pain which we receive from their use and application anyway to our senses, though with their destruction. But hatred or love to beings capable of happiness or misery is often the uneasiness or delight which we find in ourselves arising from a consideration of their very being or happiness. Thus the being and welfare of a man's children or friends, producing constant delight in him, he is said constantly to love them. But it suffices to note that our ideas of love and hatred are but the dispositions of the mind in respect of pleasure and pain in general, however caused in us. The uneasiness a man finds in himself upon the absence of anything whose present enjoyment carries the idea of delight with it is that we call desire, which is greater or less as that uneasiness is more or less vehement. Where, by the by, it may perhaps be of some use to remark that the chief, if not only spur to human industry and action, is uneasiness. For whatsoever good is proposed, if its absence carries no displeasure or pain with it, if a man be easy and content without it, there is no desire of it, no endeavour after it. There is no more but a bare vanity, the term used to signify the lowest degree of desire, and that which is next to none at all, when there is so little uneasiness in the absence of anything, that it carries a man no further than some faint wishes for it, without any more effectual or vigorous use of the means to attain it. Desire also is stopped or abated by the opinion of the impossibility or unattainableness of the good proposed, as far as the uneasiness is cured or allayed by that consideration. This might carry our thoughts further, were it seasonable in this place. Joy is a delight of the mind from the consideration of the present or assured approaching possession of a good, and we are then possessed of any good when we have it so in our power that we can use it when we please. Thus a man almost starved has joy at the arrival of relief even before he has the pleasure of using it, and a father in whom the very well-being of his children causes delight is always, as long as his children are in such a state, in the possession of that good, for he needs but to reflect on it to have that pleasure. Sorrow is uneasiness in the mind upon the thought of a good lost, which might have been enjoyed longer, or the sense of a present evil. Hope is that pleasure in the mind which everyone finds in himself upon the thought of a probable future enjoyment of a thing which is apt to delight him. Fear is an uneasiness of the mind upon the thought of future evil likely to befall us. Despair is the thought of the unattainableness of any good, which works differently in men's minds, sometimes producing uneasiness or pain, sometimes rest and indolency. Anger is uneasiness or discomposure of the mind upon the receipt of any injury with a present purpose of revenge. Envy is an uneasiness of the mind caused by the consideration of a good we desire obtained by one we think should not have had it before us. These two last, envy and anger, not being caused by pain and pleasure simply in themselves, but having in them some mixed considerations of ourselves and others, are not therefore to be found in all men, because those other parts of valuing their merits or intending revenge is wanting in them. But all the rest, terminating purely in pain and pleasure, are, I think, to be found in all men. For we love, desire, rejoice, and hope only in respect of pleasure. We hate, fear, and grieve only in respect of pain ultimately. In fine, all these passions are moved by things only as they appear to be the causes of pleasure and pain, or to have pleasure or pain some way or other annexed to them. Thus we extend our hatred usually to the subject, at least if a sensible or voluntary agent, which has produced pain in us, because the fear it leaves is a constant pain, but we do not so constantly love what has done us good, because pleasure operates not so strongly on us as pain, and because we are not so ready to have hope it will do so again. But this is by the by. By pleasure and pain, delight and uneasiness, I must all along be understood, as I have above intimated, to mean not only bodily pain and pleasure, but whatsoever delight or uneasiness is felt by us, whether arising from any grateful or unacceptable sensation or reflection. It is further to be considered that in reference to the passions, the removal or lessening of a pain is considered and operates as a pleasure, and the loss or diminishing of a pleasure as a pain. The passions, too, have most of them in most persons operations on the body, and cause various changes in it, which, not being always sensible, do not make a necessary part of the idea of each passion. For shame, which is an uneasiness of the mind upon the thought of having done something which is indecent or will lessen the valued esteem which others have for us, has not always blushing accompanying it. I would not be mistaken here, as if I meant this as a discourse of the passions. They are many more than those I have here named, and those I have taken notice of would each of them require a much larger and more accurate discourse. I have only mentioned these here as so many instances of modes of pleasure and pain resulting in our minds from various considerations of good and evil. I might perhaps have instanced in other modes of pleasure and pain more simple than these, as the pain of hunger and thirst, and the pleasure of eating and drinking to remove them, the pain of teeth set on edge, the pleasure of music, pain from captious uninstructive wrangling, and the pleasure of rational conversation with a friend, or of well-directed study in the search and discovery of truth. But the passions being of much more concernment to us, I rather made choice to instance in them and show how the ideas we have of them are derived from sensation or reflection. Chapter 21 of Power. The mind being every day informed by the senses of the alteration of those simple ideas it observes in things without, and taking notice how one comes to an end and ceases to be, and another begins to exist which was not before, reflecting also on what passes within itself, and observing a constant change of its ideas, sometimes by the impression of outward objects on the senses, and sometimes by the determination of its own choice, and concluding from what it has so constantly observed to have have been, that the like changes will for the future be made in the same things by like agents and by the like ways, considers in one thing the possibility of having any of its simple ideas changed, and in another the possibility of making that change, and so comes by that idea which we call power. Thus we say fire has a power to melt gold, i.e. to destroy the consistency of its insensible parts and consequently its hardness, and to make it fluid, and gold has a power to be melted, that the sun has a power to blanch wax, and wax a power to be blanched by the sun, whereby the yellowness is destroyed and whiteness made to exist in its room, in which and like cases the power we consider is in reference to the change of perceivable ideas, for we cannot observe any alteration to be made in or operation upon anything but by the observable change of its sensible ideas, nor conceive any alteration to be made but by conceiving a change of some of its ideas. Power thus considered is twofold, viz. As able to make or able to receive any change. The one may be called active and the other passive power. Whether matter be not wholly destitute of active power, as its author, God, is truly above all passive power, and whether the intermediate state of created spirits be not that alone which is capable of both active and passive power, may be worth consideration. I shall not now enter into that inquiry, my present business being not to search into the original of power, but how we come by the idea of it. But since active powers make so great a part of our complex ideas of natural substances, as we shall see hereafter, and I mention them as such according to common apprehension, yet they being not, perhaps, so truly active powers as our hasty thoughts are apt to represent them, I judge it not amiss by this intimation to direct our minds to the consideration of God and Spirit for the clearest idea of active power. I confess power includes in it some kind of relation to action or change, as indeed which of our ideas of what kind soever, when attentively considered, does not. For our idea of extension, duration, and number, do they not all contain in them a secret relation of the parts? Figure and motion have something relative in them much more visibly, and sensible qualities as colors and smells, etc. What are they but the powers of different bodies in relation to our perception, etc.? And if considered in the things themselves, do they not depend on the bulk, figure, texture, and motion of the parts, all which include some kind of relation in them? Our idea, therefore, of power, I think, may well have a place amongst other simple ideas and be considered as one of them, being one of those that make a principal ingredient in our complex ideas of substances, as we shall hereafter have occasion to observe. We are abundantly furnished with the idea of passive power by almost all sorts of sensible things, and most of them we cannot avoid observing their sensible qualities, nigh their very substances, to be in a continual flux, and therefore with reason we look on them as liable still to the same change. Nor have we of active power, which is the more proper signification of the word power, fewer instances, since whatever change is observed, the mind must collect a power somewhere able to make that change, as well as a possibility in the thing itself to receive it. But yet, if we will consider it attentively, bodies by our senses do not afford us so clear and distinct an idea of active power as we have from reflection on the operations of our minds. For all power relating to action, and there being but two sorts of action whereof we have an idea, viz. Thinking and motion, let us consider whence we have the clearest idea of the powers which produce these actions. 1. Of thinking. Body affords us no idea at all. It is only from reflection that we have that. 2. Neither have we from body any idea of the beginning of motion. A body at rest affords us no idea of any active power to move, and when it is set in motion itself, that motion is rather a passion than an action in it. For when the ball obeys the motion of a billiard stick, it is not any action of the ball, but bare passion. Also, when by impulse it sets another ball in motion that lay in its way, it only communicates the motion it had received from another, and loses in itself so much as the other received, which gives us but a very obscure idea of an active power of moving in body, whilst we observe it only to transfer but not produce any motion, for it is but a very obscure idea of power which reaches not the production of the action but the continuation of the passion. For so is motion in a body impelled by another, the continuation of the alteration made in it from rest to motion being little more an action than the continuation of the alteration of its figure by the same blow is an action. The idea of the beginning of motion we have only from reflection on what passes in ourselves, where we find by experience that barely by willing it, barely by a thought of the mind, we can move the parts of our bodies which were before at rest, so that it seems to me we have, from the observation of the operation of bodies by our senses, but a very imperfect, obscure idea of active power, since they afford us not any idea in themselves of the power to begin any action, either motion or thought. But if, from the impulse, bodies are observed to make one upon another, any one thinks he has a clear idea of power, it serves as well to my purpose, sensation being one of those ways whereby the mind comes by its ideas. Only I thought it worth while to consider here, by the way, whether the mind doth not receive its idea of active power clearer from reflection on its own operations than it doth from any external sensation. This at least I think evident, that we find in ourselves a power to begin or forbear, continue or end several actions of our minds and motions of our bodies, barely by a thought or preference of the mind ordering, or as it were commanding, the doing or not doing such or such a particular action. This power which the mind has thus to order the consideration of any idea, or the forbearing to consider it, or to prefer the motion of any part of the body to its rest, and vice versa, in any particular instance, is that which we call the will. The actual exercise of that power by directing any particular action or its forbearance is that which we call volition or willing. The forbearance of that action consequent to such order or command of the mind is called voluntary, and whatsoever action is performed without such a thought of the mind is called involuntary. The power of perception is that which we call the understanding. Perception, which we make the act of the understanding, is of three parts. 1. The perception of ideas in our minds. 2. The perception of the signification of signs. 3. The perception of the connection or repugnancy, agreement or disagreement that there is between any of our ideas. All these are attributed to the understanding or perceptive power, though it be the two latter only that use allows us to say we understand. These powers of the mind, which of perceiving and of preferring, are usually called by another name, and the ordinary way of speaking is that the understanding and will are two faculties of the mind, a word proper enough if it be used as all words should be, so as not to breed any confusion in men's thoughts by being supposed, as I suspect there has been, to stand for some real beings in the soul that perform those actions of understanding and volition. For when we say the will is the commanding and superior faculty of the soul, that it is or is not free, that it determines the inferior faculties, that it follows the dictates of the understanding, etc., though these and the like expressions by those that carefully attend to their own ideas and conduct their thoughts more by the evidence of things than the sound of words, may be understood in a clear and distinct sense. Yet I suspect, I say, that this way of speaking of faculties has misled many into a confused notion of so many distinct agents in us, which had their several provinces and authorities, and did command, obey, and perform several actions, as so many distinct beings, which has been no small occasion of wrangling, obscurity, and uncertainty in questions relating to them. Everyone, I think, finds in himself the power to begin or forbear, continue to put an end to several actions in himself. From the consideration of the extent of this power of the mind over the actions of the man, which everyone finds in himself, arise the ideas of liberty and necessity. All the actions that we have any idea of reducing themselves, as has been said, to these two, viz. Thinking and motion. So far as a man has power to think or not to think, to move or not to move, according to the preference or direction of his own mind, so far is a man free. Wherever any performance or forbearance are not equally in a man's power, wherever doing or not doing will not equally follow upon the preference of his mind directing it, there he is not free, though perhaps the action may be voluntary. So that the idea of liberty is the idea of a power in any agent to do or forbear any particular action according to the determination or thought of the mind, whereby either of them is preferred to the other, where either of them is not in the power of the agent to be produced by him according to his volition, there he is not at liberty. That agent is under necessity. So that liberty cannot be where there is no thought, no volition, no will, but there may be thought, there may be will, there may be volition, where there is no liberty. A little consideration of an obvious instance or two may make this clear. A tennis ball, whether in motion by the stroke of a racket or lying still at rest, is not by anyone taken to be a free agent. If we inquire into the reason, we shall find it is because we conceive not a tennis ball to think, and consequently not to have any volition or preference of motion to rest, or vice versa, and therefore has not liberty, is not a free agent, but all its both motion and rest come under our idea of necessary and are so called. Likewise, a man falling into the water, a bridge breaking under him, has not herein liberty, is not a free agent, for though he has volition, though he prefers his not falling to falling, yet the forbearance of that motion not being in his power, the stop or cessation of that motion follows not upon his volition, and therefore therein he is not free. So a man striking himself or his friend by a convulsive motion of his arm, which is not in his power by volition or the direction of his mind to stop or forbear, nobody thinks he has in this liberty. Everyone pities him as acting by necessity and constraint. Again, suppose a man to be carried whilst fast asleep into a room where is a person he longs to see and speak with, and be there locked fast in beyond his power to get out. He awakes and is glad to find himself in so desirable company, which he stays willingly in, i.e. prefers his stay to going away. I ask, is not this stay voluntary? I think nobody will doubt it. And yet, being locked fast in, it is evident he is not at liberty not to stay, he has not freedom to be gone. So that liberty is not an idea belonging to volition or preferring, but to the person having the power of doing or forbearing to do according as the mind shall choose or direct. Our idea of liberty reaches as far as that power and no farther. For wherever restraint comes to check that power, or compulsion takes away that indifferency of ability to act or to forbear acting, their liberty and our notion of it presently ceases. We have instances enough, and often more than enough, in our own bodies. A man's heart beats and the blood circulates, which it is not in his power by any thought or volition to stop, and therefore, in respect of these motions, the rest depends not on his choice, nor would follow the determination of his mind if it should prefer it. He is not a free agent. Convulsive motions agitate his legs, so that though he wills it ever so much, he cannot by any power of his mind stop their motion, as in that old disease called chorea sancti vitae. But he is perpetually dancing. He is not at liberty in this action, but under as much necessity as much necessity of moving as a stone that falls or a tennis ball struck with a racket. On the other side, a palsy or the stocks hinder his legs from obeying the determination of his mind, if it would thereby transfer his body to another place. In all these, there is want of freedom, though the sitting still, even of a paralytic, whilst he prefers it to a removal, is truly voluntary. Voluntary, then, is not opposed to necessary, but to involuntary. For a man may prefer what he can do to what he cannot do, the state he is in to its absence or change, though necessity has made it in itself unalterable. As it is in the motions of the body, so it is in the thoughts of our minds. Where anyone is such that we have power to take it up or lay it by according to the preference of the mind, there we are at liberty. A waking man, being under the necessity of having some ideas constantly in his mind, is not at liberty to think or not to think, no more than he is at liberty whether his body shall touch any other or no. But whether he will remove his contemplation from one idea to another is many times in his choice, and then he is, in respect of his ideas, as much at liberty as he is in respect of bodies he rests on. He can at pleasure remove himself from one to another, but yet some ideas to the mind, like some motions to the body, are such as in certain circumstances it cannot avoid, nor obtain their absence by the utmost effort it can use. A man on the rack is not at liberty to lay by the idea of pain and divert himself with other contemplations, and sometimes a boisterous passion hurries our thoughts, as a hurricane does our bodies, without leaving us the liberty of thinking on other things which he would rather choose. But as soon as the mind regains the power to stop, continue, begin or forbear any of these motions of the body without, or thoughts within, according as it thinks fit to prefer either to the other, we then consider the man as a free agent again. Wherever thought is wholly wanting, or the power to act or forbear according to the direction of thought, their necessity takes place. This in an agent capable of volition, when the beginning or continuation of any action is contrary to that preference of his mind, is called compulsion. When the hindering or stopping any action is contrary to his volition, it is called restraint. Agents that have no thought nor volition at all are in everything necessary agents. If this be so, as I imagine it is, I leave it to be considered whether it may not help to put an end to that long agitated and, I think, unreasonable, because unintelligible question, whether man's will be free or no. For if I mistake not, it follows from what I have said that the question itself is altogether improper, and it is as insignificant to ask whether man's will be free as to ask whether his sleep be swift or his virtue squire. Liberty being as little applicable to the will as swiftness of motion is to sleep, or squireness to virtue, everyone would laugh at the absurdity of such a question as either of these, because it is obvious that the modifications of motion belong not to sleep, nor the difference of figure to virtue. And when one well considers it, I think he will as plainly perceive that liberty, which is but a power, belongs only to agents, and cannot be an attribute or modification of the will, which is also but a power. Such is the difficulty of explaining and giving clear notions of internal actions by sounds, that I must here warn my reader that ordering, directing, choosing, preferring, etc., which I have made use of, will not distinctly enough express volition unless he will reflect on what he himself does when he wills. For example, preferring, which seems perhaps best to express the act of volition, does it not precisely. For though a man would prefer flying to walking, yet who can say he ever wills it? Volition, it is plain, is an act of the mind, knowingly exerting that dominion it takes itself to have over any part of the man by employing it in or withholding it from any particular action. And what is the will but the faculty to do this? And is that faculty anything more in effect than a power, the power of the mind to determine its thought, to the producing, continuing, or stopping any action as far as it depends on us? For can it be denied that whatever agent has a power to think on its own actions and to prefer their doing or omission either to other, has that faculty called will? Will then is nothing but such a power. Liberty, on the other side, is the power a man has to do or forbear doing any particular action according as its doing or forbearance as the actual preference in the mind, which is the same thing as to say according as he himself wills it. It is plain then that the will is nothing but one power or ability, and freedom another power or ability, so that to ask whether the will has freedom is to ask whether one power has another power, one ability another ability, a question at first sight too grossly absurd to make a dispute or need an answer. For who is it that sees not that powers belong only to agents and are attributes only of substances and not of powers themselves? So that this way of putting the question whether the will be free is in effect to ask whether the will be a substance, an agent, or at least to suppose it, since freedom can properly be attributed to nothing else. If freedom can with any propriety of speech be applied to power, it may be attributed to the power that is in a man to produce or forbear producing motion in parts of his body by choice or preference, which is that which denominates him free and is freedom itself. But if anyone should ask whether freedom were free, he would be suspected not to understand well what he said, and he would be thought to deserve Midas's ears, who, knowing that rich was a denomination for the possession of riches, should demand whether riches themselves were rich. However, the name faculty which men have given to this power called the will, and whereby they have been led into a way of talking of the will as acting, may, by an appropriation that disguises its true sense, serve a little to palliate the absurdity. Yet the will, in truth, signifies nothing but a power or ability to prefer or choose. And when the will, under the name of a faculty, is considered as it is, barely as an ability to do something, the absurdity in saying it is free or not free will easily discover itself. For if it be reasonable to suppose and talk of faculties as distinct beings that can act, as we do when we say the will orders and the will is free, it is fit that we should make a speaking faculty and a walking faculty and a dancing faculty by which these actions are produced, which are but several modes of motion, as well as we make the will and understanding to be faculties by which the actions of choosing and perceiving are produced, which are but several modes of thinking. And we may as properly say that it is the singing faculty sings, the dancing faculty dances, as that the will chooses, or that the understanding conceives, or as is usual that the will directs the understanding, or the understanding obeys, or obeys not the will. It being altogether as proper and intelligible to say that the power of speaking directs the power of singing, or the power of singing obeys or disobeys the power of speaking. This way of talking, nevertheless, has prevailed, and, as I guess, produced great confusion. For these being all different powers in the mind or in the man to do several actions, he exerts them as he thinks fit. But the power to do one action is not operated on by the power of doing another action. For the power of thinking operates not on the power of choosing, nor the power of choosing on the power of thinking, no more than the power of dancing operates on the power of singing, or the power of singing on the power of dancing, as anyone who reflects on it will easily perceive. And yet this is it which we say when we thus speak that the will operates on the understanding, or the understanding on the will. I grant that this or that actual thought may be the occasion of volition or exercising the power a man has to choose, or the actual choice of the mind, the cause of actual thinking on this or that thing. As the actual singing of such a tune may be the cause of dancing such a dance, and the actual dancing of such a dance the occasion of singing such a tune. But in all these it is not one power that operates on another, but it is the mind that operates and exerts these powers. It is the man that does the action, it is the agent that has power, or is able to do. For powers are relations, not agents, and that which has the power or not the power to operate, is that alone which is or is not free, and not the power itself, for freedom or not freedom can belong to nothing but what has or has not a power to act. The attributing to faculties that which belonged not to them has given occasion to this way of talking. But the introducing into discourses concerning the mind with the name of faculties a notion of their operating has, I suppose, as little advanced our knowledge in that part of ourselves as the great use and mention of the like invention of faculties in the operations of the body has helped us in the knowledge of physic. Not that I deny these are faculties both in the body and mind. They both of them have their powers of operating, else neither the one nor the other could operate. For nothing can operate that is not able to operate, and that is not able to operate that has no power to operate. Nor do I deny that those words and the like are to have their place in the common use of languages that have made them current. It looks like too much affectation wholly to lay them by, and philosophy itself, though it likes not a gaudy dress, yet when it appears in public must have so much complacency as to be clothed in the ordinary fashion and language of the country, so far as it can consist with truth and perspicuity. But the fault has been that faculties have been spoken of and represented as so many distinct agents. For it being asked what it was that digested the meat in our stomachs, it was a ready and very satisfactory answer to say that it was the digestive faculty. What was it that made anything come out of the body? The expulsive faculty. What moved? The motive faculty. And so in the mind, the intellectual faculty or the understanding understood, and the elective faculty or the will willed or commanded. This is in short to say that the ability to digest digested, and the ability to move moved, and the ability to understand understood. For faculty, ability, and power, I think, are but different names of the same things, which ways of speaking, when put into more intelligible words, will, I think, amount to thus much: that digestion is performed by something that is able to digest, motion by something able to move, and understanding by something able to understand. And in truth, it would be very strange if it should be otherwise, as strange as it would be for a man to be free without being able to be free. To return then to the inquiry about liberty, I think the question is not proper whether the will be free, but whether a man be free. This, I think, 1. That so far as any one can, by the direction or choice of his mind, preferring the existence of any action on the non-existence of that action, and vice versa, make it to exist or not exist, so far he is free. For if I can, by a thought directing the motion of my finger, make it move when it was at rest, or vice versa, it is evident that in respect of that I am free. And if I can, by a like thought of my mind, preferring one to the other, produce either words or silence, I am at liberty to speak or hold my peace, and as far as this power reaches, or acting or not acting by the determination of his own thought, preferring either, so far is a man free. For how can we think anyone freer than to have the power to do what he will? And so far as anyone can, by preferring any action to its not being, or rest to any action, produce that action or rest, so far can he do what he will. For such a preferring of action to its absence is the willing of it, and we can scarce tell how to imagine any being freer than to be able to do what he wills. So that in respect of actions within the reach of such a power in him, a man sees as free as it is possible for freedom to make him. But the inquisitive mind of man, willing to shift off from himself, as far as he can, all thoughts of guilt, though it be by putting himself into a worse state than that of fatal necessity, is not content with this. Freedom, unless it reaches further than this, will not serve the turn, and it passes for a good plea that a man is not free at all, if he be not as free to will as he is to act what he wills. Concerning a man's liberty, there yet therefore is raised this further question: whether a man be free to will, which I think is what is meant when it is disputed whether the will be free, and as to that I imagine 23. 2. That willing, or volition, being an action, and freedom consisting in the power of acting or not acting, a man in respect of willing, or the act of volition, when any action in his power is once proposed to his thoughts, as presently to be done, cannot be free. The reason whereof is very manifest, for it being unavoidable that the action depending on his will should exist or not exist, and its existence or not existence following perfectly the determination and preference of his will, he cannot avoid willing the existence or non-existence of that action. It is absolutely necessary that he will the one or the other, i.e. prefer the one to the other, since one of them must necessarily follow, and that which does follow follows by the choice and determination of his mind, that is, by his willing it. For if he did not will it, it would not be. So that in respect of the act of willing, a man in such a case is not free, liberty consisting in a power to act or not to act, which in regard of volition a man upon such a proposal has not. For it is unavoidably necessary to prefer the doing or forbearance of an action to a man's power, which is once so proposed to his thoughts. A man must necessarily will the one or the other of them, upon which preference of volition the action or its forbearance certainly follows, and is truly voluntary. But the act of volition, or preferring one of the two, being that which he cannot avoid, a man in respect of that act of willing is under a necessity, and so cannot be free, unless necessity and freedom can consist together, and a man can be free and bound at once. This then is evident that in all proposals of present action a man is not at liberty to will or not to will, because he cannot forbear willing, liberty consisting in a power to act or to forbear acting, and in that only. For a man that sits still is said yet to be at liberty, because he can walk if he wills it. But if a man sitting still has not a power to remove himself, he is not at liberty. So likewise a man falling down a precipice, though in motion, is not at liberty, because he cannot stop that motion if he would. This being so, it is plain that a man that is walking, to whom it is proposed to give off walking, is not at liberty whether he will determine himself to walk or give off walking or no. He must necessarily prefer one or the other of them, walking or not walking, and so it is in regard of all other actions in our power so proposed, which are the far greater number. For considering the vast number of voluntary actions that succeed one another every moment that we are awake in the course of our lives, there are but few of them that are thought on or proposed to the will until the time they are to be done, and in all such actions, as I have shown, the mind, in respect of willing, has not a power to act or not to act, wherein consists liberty. The mind in that case has not a power to forbear willing. It cannot avoid some determination concerning them. Let the consideration be as short, the thought as quick as it will. It either leaves the man in the state he was before thinking, or changes it, continues the action, or puts an end to it, whereby it is manifest that it orders and directs one in preference to or with neglect of the other, and thereby either the continuation or change becomes unavoidably voluntary. Since then it is plain that in most cases a man is not at liberty whether he will or no, the next thing demanded is whether a man be at liberty to will which of the two he pleases, motion or rest. This question carries the absurdity of it so manifestly in itself that one might thereby sufficiently be convinced that liberty concerns not the will. For to ask whether a man be at liberty to will either motion or rest, speaking or silence, which he pleases, is to ask whether a man can will what he wills, or be pleased with what he is pleased with, a question which I think needs no answer, and they who can make a question of it must suppose one will to determine the acts of another, and another to determine that, and so on in infinitum. To avoid these and the like absurdities, nothing can be of greater use than to establish in our minds determined ideas of the things under consideration. If the ideas of liberty and volition were well fixed in our understandings and carried along with us in our minds as they ought, through all the questions that are raised about them, I suppose a great part of the difficulties that perplex men's thoughts and entangle their understandings would be much easier resolved, and we should perceive where the confused signification of terms, or where the nature of the thing caused the obscurity. First, then, it is carefully to be remembered that freedom consists in the dependence of the existence or not existence of any action upon our volition of it, and not in the dependence of any action or its contrary on our preference. A man standing on a cliff is at liberty to leap 20 yards downwards into the sea, not because he has a power to do the contrary action, which is to leap 20 yards upwards, for that he cannot do, but he is therefore free because he has a power to leap or not to leap. But if a greater force than his either holds him fast or tumbles him down, he is no longer free in that case, because the doing or forbearance of that particular action is no longer in his power. He that is a close prisoner in a room 20 feet square, being at the north side of his chamber, is at liberty to walk 20 feet southward because he can walk or not walk it, but is not at the same time at liberty to do the contrary, i.e. to walk 20 feet northward. In this, then, consists freedom, viz. In our being able to act or not to act according as we shall choose or will. Secondly, we must remember that volition or willing is an act of the mind, directing its thought to the production of any action, and thereby exerting its power to produce it. To avoid multiplying of words, I would crave leave here, under the word action, to comprehend the forbearance too of any action proposed. Sitting still or holding one's peace when walking or speaking are proposed, though mere forbearances requiring as much the determination of the will and being as often weighty in their consequences as the contrary actions, may on that consideration well enough pass for actions too. But this I say, that I may not be mistaken, if for brevity's sake I speak thus. Thirdly, the will being nothing but a power in the mind to direct the operative faculties of a man to motion or rest as far as they depend on such direction. To the question, what is it determines the will, the true and proper answer is the mind. For that which determines the general power of directing to this or that particular direction is nothing but the agent itself exercising the power it has that particular way. If this answer satisfies not, it is plain the meaning of the question, what determines the will, is this: what moves the mind in every particular instance to determine its general power of directing to this or that particular motion or rest. And to this I answer, the motive for continuing in the same state or action is only the present satisfaction in it. The motive to change is always some uneasiness, nothing setting us upon the change of state or upon any new action but some uneasiness. This is the great motive that works on the mind to put it upon action, which for shortness' sake we will call determining of the will, which I shall more at large explain. But in the way to it, it will be necessary to premise that, though I have above endeavored to express the act of volition by choosing, preferring, and the like terms that signify desire as well as volition, for want of other words to mark that act of the mind, whose proper name is willing, a volition, yet it being a very simple act, whosoever desires to understand what it is will better find it by reflecting on his own mind and observing what it does when it wills, than by any variety of articulate sounds whatsoever.
This caution of being careful not to be misled by expressions that do not enough keep up the difference between the will and several acts of the mind that are quite distinct from it, I think the more necessary, because I find the will often confounded with several of the affections, especially desire, and one put for the other, and that by men who would not willingly be thought not to have had very distinct notions of things, and not to have writ very clearly about them. This, I imagine, has been no small occasion of obscurity and mistake in this matter, and therefore is, as much as may be, to be avoided. For he that shall turn his thoughts inwards upon what passes in his mind when he wills, shall see that the will or power of volition is conversant about nothing but our own actions, terminates there and reaches no further, and that volition is nothing but that particular determination of the mind whereby, barely by a thought, the mind endeavours to give rise, continuation, or stop to any action which it takes to be in its power. This, well considered, plainly shows that the will is perfectly distinguished from desire, which in the very same action may have a quite contrary tendency from that which our will sets us upon. A man whom I cannot deny may oblige me to use persuasions to another, which at the same time I am speaking I may wish may not prevail on him. In this case it is plain the will and desire run counter. I will the action that tends one way, whilst my desire tends another, and that the direct contrary way. A man who, by a violent fit of the gout in his limbs, finds a doziness in his head, or a want of appetite in his stomach removed, desires to be eased too of the pain of his feet or hands, for wherever there is pain, there is a desire to be rid of it, though yet whilst he apprehends that the removal of the pain may translate the noxious humour to a more vital part, his will is never determined to any one action that may serve to remove this pain. Whence it is evident that desiring and willing are two distinct acts of the mind, and consequently that the will, which is but the power of volition, is much more distinct from desire. To return, then, to the inquiry, what is it that determines the will in regard to our actions, and that, upon second thoughts, I am apt to imagine is not, as is generally supposed, the greater good in view, but some, and for the most part the most pressing uneasiness a man is at present under. This is that which successively determines the will and sets up upon those actions we perform. This uneasiness we may call, as it is, desire, which is an uneasiness of the mind for want of some absent good. All pain of the body, of what sort soever, and disquiet of the mind is uneasiness, and with this is always joined desire, equal to the pain of uneasiness felt, and is scarce distinguishable from it. For desire being nothing but an uneasiness in the want of an absent good, in reference to any pain felt, ease is that absent good. Until that ease be attained, we may call it desire, nobody feeling pain that he wishes not to be eased of, with a desire equal to that pain and inseparable from it. Besides this desire of ease from pain, there is another of absent positive good, and here also the desire and uneasiness are equal. As much as we desire any absent good, so much are we in pain for it. But here all absent good does not, according to the greatness it has always acknowledged to have, cause pain equal to that greatness, as all pain causes desire equal to itself, because the absence of good is not always a pain, as the presence of pain is, and therefore absent good may be looked on and considered without desire. But so much as there is anywhere of desire, so much there is of uneasiness. That desire is a state of uneasiness everyone who reflects on himself will quickly find. Who is there that has not felt in desire what the wise man says of hope, which is not much different from it, that it being deferred makes the heart sick, and that's still proportionable to the greatness of the desire, which sometimes raises the uneasiness to that pitch that it makes people cry out, "Give me children, give me the thing desired, or I die." Life itself and all its enjoyments is a burden, cannot be borne under the lasting and unremoved pressure of such uneasiness.
Good and evil, present and absent, it is true, work upon the mind, but that which immediately determines the will from time to time to every voluntary action is the uneasiness of desire fixed on some absent good, either negative as indolence to one in pain, or positive as enjoyment of pleasure. That it is this uneasiness that determines the will to the successive voluntary actions whereof the greatest part of our lives is made up, and by which we are conducted through different courses to different ends. I shall endeavour to show both from experience and the reason of the thing. When a man is perfectly content with the state he is in, which is when he is perfectly without any uneasiness, what industry, what action, what will is there left but to continue in it? Of this every man's observation will satisfy him, and thus we see our all-wise Maker suitably to our constitution and frame, and knowing what it is that determines the will, has put into man the uneasiness of hunger and thirst, and other natural desires that return at their seasons to move and determine their wills for the preservation of themselves and the continuation of their species. For I think we may conclude that if the bare contemplation of these good ends to which we are carried by these several uneasinesses had been sufficient to determine the will and set us on work, we should have had none of these natural pains, and perhaps in this world little or no pain at all. 'Tis better to marry than to burn, says St. Paul, where we may see what it is that chiefly drives men into the enjoyments of a conjugal life. A little burning felt pushes us more powerfully than greater pleasures in prospect, draw, or allure. It seems so established and settled a maxim by the general consent of all mankind that good, the greater good, determines the will, that I do not at all wonder that, when I first published my thoughts on this subject, I took it for granted, and I imagine that by a great many I shall be thought more excusable for having them done so, than that now I have ventured to recede from so received an opinion. But yet, upon a stricter inquiry, I am forced to conclude that good, the greater good, though apprehended and acknowledged to be so, does not determine the will, until our desire, raised proportionably to it, makes us uneasy in the want of it. Convince a man never so much that plenty has its advantages over poverty. Make him see and own that the handsome conveniences of life are better than nasty penury. Yet as long as he is content with the latter and finds no uneasiness in it, he moves not. His will never is determined to any action that shall bring him out of it. Let a man be ever so well persuaded of the advantages of virtue, that it is as necessary to a man who has any great aims in this world, or hopes in the next, as food to life. Yet till the hungers or thirsts after righteousness, till he feels an uneasiness in the want of it, he will not be determined to any action in pursuit of this confessed greater good, but any other uneasiness he feels in himself shall take place and carry his will to other actions. On the other side, let a drunkard see that his health decays, his estate wastes, discredit and diseases, and the want of all things, even of his beloved drink, attends him in the course he follows. Yet the returns of uneasiness to miss his companions, the habitual thirst after his cups at the usual time, drives him to the tavern, though he has in his view the loss of health and plenty, and perhaps of the joys of another life, the least of which is no inconsiderable good, but such as he confesses is far greater than the tickling of his palate with a glass of wine, or the idle chat of a soaking club. 'Tis not want of viewing the greater good, for he sees and acknowledges it, and in the intervals of his drinking hours will take resolutions to pursue the greater good. But when the uneasiness to miss his accustomed delight returns, the great acknowledged good loses its hold, and the present uneasiness determines the will to the accustomed action, which thereby gets stronger footing to prevail against the next occasion, though he at the same time makes secret promises to himself that he will do, say,
he will do so no more. This is the last time he will act against the attainment of those greater goods. And thus he is from time to time in the state of that unhappy complainer, video meliora proboc deteriora secor, which sentence allowed for true and made good by constant experience may in this and possibly no other way be easily made intelligible. If we inquire into the reason of what experience makes so evident in fact, and examine why it is uneasiness alone operates on the will and determines it in its choice, we shall find that we, being capable but of one determination of the will to one action at once, the present uneasiness that we are under does naturally determine the will in order to the happiness which we all aim at in all our actions. For as much as whilst we are under any uneasiness we cannot apprehend ourselves happy, or in the way to it, pain and uneasiness being by everyone concluded and felt to be inconsistent with happiness, spoiling the relish even of those good things which we have, a little pain serving to mar all the pleasure we rejoiced in. And therefore that which of course determines the choice of our will to the next action will always be the removing of pain, as long as we have any left, as the first and necessary step towards happiness. Another reason why it is uneasiness alone determines the will is this, because that alone is present, and it is against the nature of things that what is absent should operate where it is not. It may be said that absent good may, by contemplation, be brought home to the mind and made present. The idea of it indeed may be in the mind and viewed as present there, but nothing will be in the mind as a present good able to counterbalance the removal of any uneasiness which we are under, till it raises our desire, and the uneasiness of that has the prevalency in determining the will. Till then the idea in the mind of whatever is good is there only, like other ideas, the object of bare unactive speculation, but operates not on the will, nor sets us on work, the reason whereof I shall show by and by. How many are to be found that have had lively representations set before their minds of the unspeakable joys of heaven, which they acknowledge both possible and probable too, who yet would be content to take up with their happiness here. And so the prevailing uneasiness of their desires, let loose after the enjoyments of this life, take their turns in the determining their wills, and all that while they take not one step, are not one jot moved towards the good things of another life, considered as ever so great. Were the will determined by the views of good, as it appears in contemplation, greater or less to the understanding, which is the state of all absent good, and that which in the received opinion the will is supposed to move to and to be moved by, I do not see how it could ever get loose from the infinite eternal joys of heaven, once proposed and considered as possible. For all absent good, by which alone, barely proposed and coming in view, the will is thought to be determined, and so to set us on action, being only possible but not infallibly certain, it is unavoidable that the infinitely greater possible good should regularly and constantly determine the will in all the successive actions it directs, and then we should keep constantly and steadily in our course towards heaven, without ever standing still or directing our actions to any other end, eternal conditions of a future state infinitely outweighing the expectation of riches or honor or any other worldly pleasure which we can propose to ourselves. Though we should grant these the more probable to be obtained, for nothing future is yet in possession, and so the expectation even of these may deceive us. If it were so that the greater good in view determines the will, so great a good, once proposed, could not but seize the will and hold it fast to the pursuit of this infinitely greatest good, without ever letting it go again. For the will, having a power over and directing the thoughts as well as other actions, would, if it were so, hold the contemplation of the mind fixed to that good. This would be the state of the mind and regular tendency of the will in all its determinations, were it determined by that which is considered and in view the greater good, but that it is not so invisible in experience, the infinitely greatest confessed good being often neglected to satisfy this excessive uneasiness of our desires, pursuing trifles. But though the greatest allowed, even everlasting, unspeakable good, which has sometimes moved and affected the mind, does not steadfastly hold the will, yet we see any very great and prevailing uneasiness. Having once laid hold on the will, let it not go, by which we may be convinced that it is that determines the will. Thus any vehement pain of the body, the ungovernable passion of a man violently in love, or the impatient desire of revenge, keeps the will steady and intent, and the will thus determined never lets the understanding lay by the object, but all the thoughts of the mind and powers of the body are uninterruptedly employed that way by the determination of the will, influenced by that topping uneasiness as long as it lasts, whereby it seems to me evident that the will, or power of setting us upon one action in preference to all others, is determined in us by uneasiness, and whether this be not so, I desire every one to observe in himself. I have hitherto chiefly instanced in the uneasiness of desire as that which determines the will, because that is the chief and most sensible, and the will seldom orders any action, nor is there any voluntary action performed without some desire accompanying it, which I think is the reason why the will and desire are so often confounded. But yet we are not to look upon the uneasiness which makes up, or at least accompanies, most of the other passions as wholly excluded in the case. Aversion, fear, anger, envy, shame, etc. have each their uneasinesses too, and thereby influence the will. These passions are scarce any of them in life and practice, simple and alone, and wholly unmixed with others, though usually in discourse and contemplation that carries the name which operates strongest and appears most in the present state of mind. Neither is, I think, scarce any of the passions to be found without desire joined with it. I am sure wherever there is uneasiness, there is desire, for we constantly desire happiness, and whatever we feel of uneasiness, so much it is certain we want of happiness, even in our own opinion, let our state and condition otherwise be what it will. Besides, the present moment not being our eternity, whatever our enjoyment be, we look beyond the present, and desire goes with our foresight, and that still carries the will with it, so that even in joy itself, that which keeps up the action whereon the enjoyment depends is the desire to continue it and fear to lose it. And whenever a greater uneasiness than that takes place in the mind, the will presently is by that determined to some new action, and the present delight neglected. But we, being in this world beset with sundry uneasinesses, distracted with different desires, the next inquiry naturally will be, which of them has the precedency in determining the will to the next action? And to that the answer is, that ordinarily which is the most pressing of those that are judged capable of being then removed, for the will being the power of directing our operative faculties to some action for some end, cannot at any time be moved towards what is judged at that time unattainable. That would be to suppose an intelligent being designedly to act for an end only to lose its labor, for so it is to act for what is judged not attainable, and therefore very great uneasinesses move not the will when they are judged not capable of a cure. They in that case put us not upon endeavors, but these set apart. The most important and urgent uneasiness we at that time feel is that which ordinarily determines the will successively, that train of voluntary actions which makes up our lives. The greatest present uneasiness is this spur to action that is constantly most felt and for the most part determines the will in its choice of the next action. For this we must carry along with us that the proper and only object of the will is some action of ours and nothing else, for we producing nothing by our willing it, but some action in our power. It is there the will terminates and reaches no further. If it be further asked what it is moves desire, I answer happiness, and that alone. Happiness and misery are the names of two extremes, the utmost bounds whereof we know not. It is what eye hath not seen, ear hath not heard, nor hath it entered into the heart of man to conceive. But of some degrees of both we have very lively impressions made by several instances of delight and joy on the one side and torment and sorrow on the other, which for shortness' sake I shall comprehend under the names of pleasure and pain, there being pleasure and pain of the mind as well as the body. With him is fullness of joy and pleasure for evermore, or to speak truly, they are all of the mind, though some have their rise in the mind from thought, others in the body from certain modifications of motion. Happiness, then, in its full extent, is the utmost pleasure we are capable of, and misery, the utmost pain, and the lowest degree of what can be called happiness is so much else from all pain and so much present pleasure as without which any one cannot be content. Now, because pleasure and pain are produced in us by the operation of certain objects, either on our minds or our bodies, and in different degrees, therefore, what has an aptness to produce pleasure in us is what we call good, and what is apt to produce pain in us we call evil, for no other reason but for its aptness to produce pleasure and pain in us, wherein consists our happiness and misery. Further, though what is apt to produce any degree of pleasure be in itself good, and what is apt to produce any degree of pain be evil, yet it often happens that we do not call it so when it comes in competition with a greater of its sort, because when they come in competition, the degrees also of pleasure and pain have justly a preference, so that if we will rightly estimate that we call good and evil, we shall find it lies much in comparison. For the cause of every less degree of pain, as well as every greater degree of pleasure, has the name of good, and vice versa. Though this be that which is called good and evil, and all good be the proper object of desire in general, yet all good, even seen and confessed to be so, does not necessarily move every particular man's desire, but only that part, or so much of it, as is considered and taken to make a necessary part of his happiness. All other good, however great in reality or appearance, excites not a man's desires, who looks not on it to make a part of that happiness wherewith he, in his present thoughts, can satisfy himself. Happiness, under this view, everyone constantly pursues and desires what makes any part of it. Other things, acknowledged to be good, he can look upon without desire, pass by, and be content without. There is nobody, I think, so senseless as to deny that there is pleasure in knowledge, and for the pleasures of sense they have too many followers to let it be questioned whether men are taken with them or no. Now let one man place his satisfaction in sensual pleasures, another in the delight of knowledge. Though each of them cannot but confess there is great pleasure in what the other pursues, yet neither of them making the other's delight a part of his happiness, their desires are not moved, but each is satisfied without what the other enjoys, and so his will is not determined to the pursuit of it. But yet, as soon as the studious man's hunger and thirst make him uneasy, he whose will was never determined to any pursuit of good cheer, poignant sauces, delicious wine, by the pleasant taste he has found in them, is by the uneasiness of hunger and thirst presently determined to eating and drinking, though possibly with great indifferency, what wholesome food comes in his way. And on the other side, the epicure buckles to study when shame or the desire to recommend himself to his mistress shall make him uneasy in the want of any sort of knowledge. Thus, how such soever men are in earnest and constant in pursuit of happiness, yet they may have a clear view of good, great and confessed good, without being concerned for it or moved by it, if they think they can make up their happiness without it. Though as to pain that they are always concerned for, they can feel no uneasiness without being moved, and therefore, being uneasy in the want of whatever is judged necessary to their happiness, as soon as any good appears to make a part of their portion of happiness, they begin to desire it. This, I think, anyone may observe in himself and others, that the greater visible good does not always raise men's desires in proportion to the greatness it appears and is acknowledged to have. To every little trouble moves his and sets his own work to get rid of it. The reason whereof is evident from the nature of our happiness and misery itself. All present pain, whatever it be, makes a part of our present misery, but all absent good does not at any time make a necessary part of our present happiness, nor the absence of it make a part of our misery. If it did, we should be constantly and infinitely miserable, there being infinite degrees of happiness which are not in our possession. All uneasiness therefore being removed, a moderate portion of good serves at present to content men, and a few degrees of pleasure in a succession of ordinary enjoyments make up a happiness wherein they can be satisfied. If this were not so, there could be no room for those indifferent and visibly trifling actions to which our wills are so often determined, and wherein we voluntarily waste so much of our lives, which remissness could by no means consist with a constant determination of will or desire to the greatest apparent good. That this is so, I think few people need go far from home to be convinced, and indeed in this life there are not many whose happiness reaches so far as to afford them a constant train of moderate mean pleasures without any mixture of uneasiness, and yet they could be content to stay here forever, though they cannot deny but that it is possible there may be a state of eternal durable joys after this life, far surpassing all the good that is to be found here. Nay, they cannot but see that it is more possible than the attainment and continuation of that pittance of honor, riches, or pleasure which they pursue, and for which they neglect that eternal state. But yet in full view of this difference, satisfied of the possibility of a perfect, secure, and lasting happiness in a future state, and under a clear conviction that it is not to be had here whilst they bound their happiness within some little enjoyment or aim of this life, and exclude the joys of heaven from making any necessary part of it, their desires are not moved by this greater apparent good, nor their wills determined to any action or endeavor for its attainment. The ordinary necessities of our lives fill a great part of them with the uneasinesses of hunger, thirst, heat, cold, weariness, with labor and sleepiness in their constant returns, etc., to which, if besides accidental harms we add the fantastical uneasiness as itch after honor, power, or riches, etc., which acquired habits by fashion, example, and education have settled in us, and 1,000 other irregular desires which custom has made natural to us, we shall find that a very little part of our life is so vacant from these uneasinesses as to leave us free to the attraction of remoter absent good. We are seldom at ease and free enough from the solicitation of our natural or adopted desires, but a constant succession of uneasinesses out of that stock which natural wants or acquired habits have heaped up take the will in their turns, and no sooner is one action dispatched, which by such a determination of the will we are set upon, but another uneasiness is ready to set us on work. for the removing of the pains we feel and are at present pressed with, being the getting out of misery, and consequently the first thing to be done in order to happiness. Absent good, though thought on, confessed, and appearing to be good, not making any part of this unhappiness in its absence, is jostled out to make way for the removal of those uneasinesses we feel, till due and repeated contemplation has brought it nearer to our mind, given some relish of it, and raised in us some desire, which then, beginning to make a part of our present uneasiness, stands upon fair terms with the rest to be satisfied, and so, according to its greatness and pressure, comes in its turn to determine the will. And thus, by a due consideration and examining any good proposed, it is in our power to raise our desires in a pure proportion to the value of that good, whereby in its turn and place it may come to work upon the will and be pursued. For good, though appearing and allowed ever so great, yet till it has raised desires in our minds and thereby made us uneasy in its want, it reaches not our wills. We are not within the sphere of its activity, our wills being under the determination only of those uneasinesses which are present to us, which, whilst we have any, are always soliciting, and ready at hand to give the will its next determination. The balancing, when there is any in the mind, being only which desire shall be next satisfied, which uneasiness first removed, whereby it comes to pass that as long as any uneasiness, any desire remains in our mind, there is no room for good, barely as such, to come at the will or at all to determine it. Because, as has been said, the first step in our endeavors after happiness being to get wholly out of the confines of misery and to feel no part of it, the will can be at leisure for nothing else, till every uneasiness we feel be perfectly removed, which, in the multitude of wants and desires we are beset with in this imperfect state, we are not like to be ever freed from in this world. There being in us a great many uneasinesses always soliciting and ready to determine the will, it is natural, as I have said, that the greatest and most pressing should determine the will to the next action, and so it does for the most part, but not always. For the mind having in most cases, as is evident in experience, a power to suspend the execution and satisfaction of any of its desires, and so all, one after another, is at liberty to consider the objects of them, examine them on all sides, and weigh them with others. In this lies the liberty man has, and from the not using of it, right comes all that variety of mistakes, errors, and faults which we run into in the conduct of our lives and our endeavors after happiness, whilst we precipitate the determination of our wills and engage too soon before due examination. To prevent this, we have a power to suspend the prosecution of this or that desire, as everyone daily may experiment in himself. This seems to me the source of all liberty, and this seems to consist that which is, as I think improperly, called free will. For during this suspension of any desire, before the will be determined to action and the action which follows that determination done, we have opportunity to examine, view, and judge of the good or evil of what we are going to do, and when, upon due examination, we have judged, we have done our duty, all that we can or ought to do in pursuit of our happiness, and it is not a fault but a perfection of our nature to desire, will, and act according to the last result of a fair examination. This is so far from being a restraint or diminution of freedom that it is the very improvement and benefit of it. It is not an abridgment. It is the end and use of our liberty, and the further we are removed from such a determination, the nearer we are to misery and slavery. A perfect indifference in the mind, not determinable by its last judgment of the good or evil that is thought to attend its choice, would be so far from being an advantage and excellency of any intellectual nature, that it would be as great an imperfection as the want of indifferency to act or not to act till determined by the will would be an imperfection on the other side. A man is at liberty to lift up his hand to his head or let it rest quiet, he is perfectly indifferent in either, and it would be an imperfection in him if he wanted that power, if he were deprived of that indifferency. But it would be as great an imperfection if he had the same indifferency, whether he would prefer the lifting up his hand or its remaining in rest when it would save his head or eyes from a blow he sees coming. It is as much a perfection that desire, or the power of preferring, should be determined by good, as that the power of acting should be determined by the will. And the certain as such determination is, the greater is the perfection. Nigh were we determined by anything but the last result of our own minds, judging of the good or evil of any action, we were not free, the very end of our freedom being that we may attain the good we choose. And therefore every man is put under a necessity by his constitution as an intelligent being to be determined in willing by his own thought and judgment what is best for him to do. Else he would be under the determination of some other than himself, which is a want of liberty. And to deny that a man's will in every determination follows his own judgment is to say that a man wills and acts for an end that he would not have at the time that he wills and acts for it. For if he prefers it in his present thoughts before any other, 'tis plain he then thinks better of it, and would have it before any other, unless he can have and not have it, will and not will it, at the same time, a contradiction too manifest to be admitted. If we look upon those superior beings above us who enjoy perfect happiness, we shall have reason to judge that they are more steadily determined in their choice of good than we, and yet we have no reason to think they are less happy or less free than we are. And if it were fit for such poor finite creatures as we are to pronounce what infinite wisdom and goodness could do, I think we might say that God himself cannot choose what is not good. The freedom of the Almighty hinders not his being determined by what is best. But to give a right view of this mistaken part of liberty, let me ask, would anyone be a changeling because he is less determined by wise considerations than a wise man? Is it worth the name of freedom to be at liberty to play the fool and draw shame and misery upon a man's self? If to break loose from the conduct of reason and to want that restraint of examination and judgment which keeps us from choosing or doing the worse be liberty, true liberty, madmen and fools are the only freemen. But yet I think nobody would choose to be mad for the sake of such liberty but he that is mad already. The constant desire of happiness and the constraint it puts upon us to act for it. Nobody, I think, accounts an abridgment of liberty, or at least an abridgment of liberty, to be complained of. God Almighty himself is under the necessity of being happy, and the more any intelligent being is so, the nearer is its approach to infinite perfection and happiness, that in this state of ignorance we short-sighted creatures might not mistake true felicity. We are endowed with a power to suspend any particular desire and keep it from determining the will and engaging us in action. This is standing still where we are not sufficiently assured of the way. Examination is consulting a guide. The determination of the will upon inquiry is following the direction of that guide, and he that has a power to act or not to act according as such determination directs is a free agent. Such determination abridges not that power wherein liberty consists. He that has his chains knocked off and the prison door set open to him is perfectly at liberty, because he may either go or stay as he best likes, though his preference be determined to stay by the darkness of the night or illness of the weather or want of other lodging. He ceases not to be free, though the desire of some convenience to be had there absolutely determines his preference and makes him stay in his prison.
As therefore the highest perfection of intellectual nature lies in a careful and constant pursuit of true and solid happiness, so the care of ourselves that we mistake not imaginary for real happiness is the necessary foundation of our liberty. The stronger ties we have to an unalterable pursuit of happiness in general, which is our greatest good, and which as such our desires always follow, the more are we free from any necessary determination of our will to any particular action, and from a necessary compliance with our desire set upon any particular and then appearing preferable good, till we have duly examined whether it has a tendency to or be inconsistent with our real happiness, and therefore till we are as much informed upon this inquiry as the weight of the matter and the nature of the case demands, we are, by the necessity of preferring and pursuing true happiness as our greatest good, obliged to suspend the satisfaction of our desires in particular cases. This is the hinge on which turns the liberty of intellectual beings in their constant endeavors after and the steady prosecution of true felicity, that they can suspend this prosecution in particular cases till they have looked before them and informed themselves whether that particular thing which is then proposed or desired lie in the way to their main end and make a real part of that which is their greatest good. For the inclination and tendency of their nature to happiness is an obligation and motive to them to take care not to mistake or miss it, and so necessarily puts them upon caution, deliberation, and wariness in the direction of their particular actions, which are the means to obtain it. Whatever necessity determines to the pursuit of real bliss, the same necessity with the same force establishes suspense, deliberation, and scrutiny of each successive desire, whether the satisfaction of it does not interfere with our true happiness and mislead us from it. This, as seems to me, is the great privilege of finite intellectual beings, and I desire it may be well considered whether the great inlet and exercise of all the liberty men have, are capable of, or can be useful to them, and that whereon depends the turn of their actions does not lie in this, that they can suspend their desires and stop them from determining their wills to any action, till they have duly and fairly examined the good and evil of it, as far forth as the weight of the thing requires. This we are able to do, and when we have done it, we have done our duty and all that is in our power, and indeed all that needs. For since the will supposes knowledge to guide its choice, all that we can do is to hold our wills undetermined till we have examined the good and evil of what we desire. What follows after that follows in a chain of consequences linked one to another, all depending on the last determination of the judgment, which, whether it shall be upon a hasty and precipitate view, or upon a due and mature examination, is in our power, experience showing us that in most cases we are able to suspend the present satisfaction of any desire. But if any extreme disturbance, as sometimes it happens, possesses our whole mind, as when the pain of the rack, an impetuous uneasiness, as of love, anger, or any other violent passion running away with us, allows us not to the liberty of thought, and we are not masters enough of our own minds to consider thoroughly and examine fairly, God, who knows our frailty, pities our weakness, and requires of us no more than we are able to do, and sees what was and what was not in our power, will judge as a kind and merciful Father, with the forbearance of a too hasty compliance with our desires, the moderation and restraint of our passions, so that our understandings may be free to examine and reason unbiased, give its judgment, being that whereon a right direction of our conduct to true happiness depends, it is in this we should employ our chief care and endeavors.
In this we should take pains to suit the relish of our minds to the true intrinsic good or ill that is in things, and not permit an allowed or supposed possible great and weighty good to slip out of our thoughts without leaving any relish, any desire of itself there, till by a due consideration of its true worth we have formed appetites in our minds suitable to it, and made ourselves uneasy in the want of it, or in the fear of losing it. And how much this is in everyone's power, by making resolutions to himself such as he may keep, is easy for everyone to try. Nor let anyone say he cannot govern his passions, nor hinder them from breaking out and carrying him into action. For what he can do before a prince or a great man, he can do alone, or in the presence of God, if he will. From what has been said, it is easy to give an account how it comes to pass that though all men desire happiness, yet their wills carry them so contrarily, and consequently some of them to what is evil. And to this I say that the various and contrary choices that men make in the world do not argue that they do not all pursue good, but that the same thing is not good to every man alike. This variety of pursuits shows that everyone does not place his happiness in the same thing, or choose the same way to it. But all the concerns of man terminated in this life, why one followed study and knowledge, and another hawking and hunting, why one chose luxury and debauchery, and another sobriety and riches, would not be because every one of these did not aim at his own happiness, but because their happiness was placed in different things, and therefore it was a right answer of the physician to his patient that had sore eyes: if you have more pleasure in the taste of wine than in the use of your sight, wine is good for you. But if the pleasure of seeing be greater to you than that of drinking, wine is not. The mind has a different relish as well as the palate, and you will as fruitlessly endeavour to delight all men with riches or glory, which yet some men place in their happiness in, as you would to satisfy all men's hunger with the cheese or lobsters, which, though very agreeable and delicious fare to some, are to others extremely nauseous and offensive. And many persons would with reason prefer the griping of an hungry belly to those dishes which are a feast to others. Hence it was, I think, that the philosophers of old did in vain inquire whether summum bonum consisted in riches or bodily delights or virtue or contemplation, and they might have as reasonably disputed whether the best relish were to be found in apples, plums, or nuts, or have divided themselves into sects upon it. For as pleasant tastes depend not on the things themselves, but on their agreeableness to this or that particular palate, wherein there is greater variety, so the greatest happiness consists in the having those things which produce the greatest pleasure, and in the absence of those which cause any disturbance, any pain. Now these different men are very different things. To different men are very different things. If therefore men in this life only have hope, if in this life only they can enjoy, it is not strange nor unreasonable that they should seek their happiness by avoiding all things that disease them here, and by pursuing all that delight them. For it will be no wonder to find variety and difference. For if there be no prospect beyond the grave, the inference is certainly right. Let us eat and drink, let us enjoy what we delight in, for tomorrow we shall die. This, I think, may serve to show us the reason why, though all men's desires tend to happiness, yet they are not moved by the same object. Men may choose different things, and yet all choose right, supposing them only like a company of poor insects, whereof some are bees, delighted with flowers and their sweetness, others beetles, delighted with other kinds of viands, which having enjoyed for a season, they should cease to be and exist no more forever.
These things, duly weighed, will give us, as I think, a clear view into the state of human liberty. Liberty, it is plain, consists in a power to do or not to do or forbear doing as we will. This cannot be denied, but this seeming to comprehend only the actions of a man consecutive to volition, it is further inquired whether he be at liberty to will or no, and to this it has been answered that, in most cases, a man is not at liberty to forbear the act of volition. He must exert an act of his will, whereby the action proposed is made to exist or not to exist. But yet there is a case wherein a man is at liberty in respect of willing, and that is the choosing of a remote good as an end to be pursued. Here a man may suspend the act of his choice from being determined for or against the thing proposed till he has examined whether it be really of a nature in itself and consequences to make him happy or not. For when he has once chosen it, and thereby it has become a part of his happiness, it raises desire, and that proportionably gives him uneasiness, which determines his will, and sets him at work in pursuit of his choice on all occasions that offer. And here we may see how it comes to pass that a man may justly incur punishment, though it be said that in all the particular actions that he wills, he does, and necessarily does, will that which he then judges to be good. For though his will be always determined by that which is judged good by his understanding, yet it excuses him not, because by a too hasty choice of his own making he has imposed on himself wrong measures of good and evil, which, however false and fallacious, have the same influence on all his future conduct as if they were true and right. He has vitiated his own palate, and must be answerable to himself for the sickness and death that follows from it. The eternal law and nature of things must not be altered to comply with his ill-ordered choice. If the neglect or abuse of the liberty he had to examine what would really and truly make for his happiness misleads him, the miscarriages that follow on it must be imputed to his own election. He had a power to suspend his determination. It was given him that he might examine and take care of his own happiness and look that he were not deceived. And he could never judge that it was better to be deceived than not in a matter of so great and near concernment. What has been said may also discover to us the reason why men in this world prefer different things and pursue happiness by contrary courses. But yet, since men are always constant and in earnest in matters of happiness and misery, the question still remains how men come often to prefer the worse to the better, and to choose that which by their own confession has made them miserable. To account for the various and contrary ways men take, though all aim at being happy, we must consider whence the various uneasinesses that determine the will in the preference of each voluntary action have their rise. 1. Some of them come from causes not in our power, such as are often the pains of the body from want, disease, or outward injuries, as the rack, etc., which, when present and violent, operate for the most part forcibly on the will, and turn the courses of men's lives from virtue, piety, and religion, and what before they judged to lead to happiness. Everyone not endeavoring or, through disuse, not being able, by the contemplation of remote and future good, to raise in himself desires of them strong enough to counterbalance the uneasiness he feels in those bodily torments, and to keep his will steady in the choice of those actions which lead to future happiness. A neighboring country has been of late a tragical theatre from which we might fetch instances if there needed any, and the world did not in all countries and ages furnish examples enough to confirm that received observation necessitas cogit ad terpia, and therefore there is great reason for us to pray, lead us not into temptation. Other uneasinesses arise from our desires of absent good, which desires always bear proportion to and depend on the judgment we make and the relish we have of any absent good, in both which we are apt to be variously misled, and that by our own fault. In the first place, I shall consider the wrong judgments men make of future good and evil, whereby their desires are misled. For, as to present happiness and misery, when that alone comes into consideration and the consequences are quite removed, a man never chooses amiss. He knows what best pleases him and that he actually prefers. Things in their present enjoyment are what they seem. The apparent and real good are, in this case, always the same. For the pain or pleasure being just so great and no greater than it is felt, the present good or evil is really so much as it appears, and therefore where every action of ours included within itself and drew no consequences after it, we should undoubtedly never err in our choice of good. We should always infallibly prefer the best. For the pains of honest industry and of starving with hunger and cold set together before us, nobody would be in doubt which to choose. Were the satisfaction of a lust and the joys of heaven offered at once to anyone's present possession, he would not balance or err in the determination of his choice. But since our voluntary actions carry not all the happiness and misery that depend on them along with them in their present performance, but are the precedent causes of good and evil which they draw after them and bring upon us when they themselves are past and cease to be, our desires look beyond our present enjoyments and carry the mind out to absent good, according to the necessity which we think there is of it, to the making or increase of our happiness. It is our opinion of such a necessity that gives it its attraction. Without that we are not moved by absent good, for in this narrow scantling of capacity which we are accustomed to and sensible of here, wherein we enjoy but one pleasure at once, which when all uneasiness is away is, whilst it lasts, sufficient to make us think ourselves happy. It is not all remote and even apparent good that affects us, because the indolency and enjoyment we have sufficing for our present happiness, we desire not to venture the change, since we judge that we are happy already, being content, and that is enough. For who is content is happy. But as soon as any new uneasiness comes in, this happiness is disturbed, and we are set afresh on work in the pursuit of happiness. Their aptness, therefore, to conclude that they can be happy without it is one great occasion that men often are not raised to the desire of the greatest absent good. For whilst such thoughts possess them, the joys of a future state move them not. They have little concern or uneasiness about them, and the will, free from the determination of such desires, is left to the pursuit of nearer satisfactions and to the removal of those uneasinesses which it then feels in its want of and longings after them. Change but a man's view of these things. Let him see that virtue and religion are necessary to his happiness. Let him look into the future state of bliss or misery, and see there God, the righteous judge, ready to render to every man according to his deeds, to them who by patient continuance in well-doing seek for glory and honor and immortality, eternal life. But unto every soul that doth evil, indignation and wrath, tribulation and anguish. To him, I say, who hath a prospect of the different state of perfect happiness or misery that attends all men after this life, depending on their behavior here, the measures of good and evil that govern his choice are mightily changed. For since nothing of pleasure and pain in this life can bear any proportion to the endless happiness or exquisite misery of an immortal soul hereafter, actions in his power will have their preference not according to the transient pleasure or pain that accompanies or follows them here, but as they serve to secure that perfect, durable happiness hereafter. But to account more particularly for the misery that men often bring on themselves, notwithstanding that they do all in earnest pursue happiness, we must consider how things come to be represented to our desires under deceitful appearances, and that is by the judgment pronouncing wrongly concerning them. To see how far this reaches, And what are the causes of wrong judgment? We must remember that things are judged good or bad in a double sense. First, that which is properly good or bad is nothing but barely pleasure or pain. Secondly, but because not only present pleasure and pain, but that also which is apt by its efficacy or consequences to bring it upon us at a distance is a proper object of our desires and apt to move a creature that has foresight. Therefore, things also that draw after them pleasure and pain are considered as good and evil. The wrong judgment that misleads us and makes us the will often fasten on the worse side lies in misreporting upon the various comparisons of these. The wrong judgment I am here speaking of is not what one man may think of the determination of another, but what every man himself must confess to be wrong. For since I lay it for a certain ground that every intelligent being really seeks happiness, which consists in the enjoyment of pleasure without any considerable mixture of uneasiness, it is impossible anyone should willingly put into his own draught any bitter ingredient, or leave out anything in his power that would tend to his satisfaction and the completing of his happiness, but only by a wrong judgment. I shall not here speak of that mistake which is the consequence of invincible error, which scarce deserves the name of wrong judgment, but of that wrong judgment which every man himself must confess to be so. I, therefore, as to present pleasure and pain, the mind, as has been said, never mistakes that which is really good or evil, that which is the greatest pleasure or the greater pain. Which is the greater pleasure or the greater pain is really just as it appears. But though present pleasure and pain show their difference and degrees so plainly as to leave room to mistake, yet when we compare present pleasure or pain with future, which is usually the case in most important determinations of the will, we often make wrong judgments of them, taking our measures of them in different positions of distance. Objects near our view are apt to be thought greater than those of a larger size that are more remote, and so it is with pleasures and pains. The present is apt to carry it, and those at a distance have the disadvantage in the comparison. Thus most men, like spendthrift heirs, are apt to judge a little in hand better than a great deal to come, and so for small matters in possession part with greater ones in reversion. But that this is a wrong judgment, everyone must allow, let his pleasure consist in whatever it will, since that which is future will certainly come to be present, and then, having the same advantage of nearness, will show itself in its full dimensions, and discover his wilful mistake who judged of it by unequal measures. Where the pleasure of drinking accompanied the very moment a man takes off his glass with that sick stomach and aching head which in some men are sure to follow not many hours after, I think nobody, whatever pleasure he had in his cups, would on these conditions ever let wine touch his lips, which yet he daily swallows, and the evil side comes to be chosen only by the fallacy of a little difference in time. But if pleasure or pain can be so lessened only by a few hours' removal, how much more will it be so by a further distance to a man that will not, by a right judgment, do what time will, i.e., bring it home upon himself and consider it as present, and there take its true dimensions. This is the way we usually impose on ourselves in respect of bare pleasure and pain, with the true degrees of happiness or misery. The future loses its just proportion, and what is present obtains the preference as the greater. I mention not here the wrong judgment, whereby the absent are not only lessened but reduced to perfect nothing. When men enjoy what they can in present, and make sure of that, concluding amiss that no evil will thence follow, for that lies not in comparing the greatness of future good and evil, which is that we are here speaking of, but in another sort of wrong judgment, which is concerning good or evil, as it is considered to be the cause and procurement of pleasure or pain that will follow from it. The cause of our judging is when we compare our present pleasure or pain with future seems to me to be the weak and narrow constitution of our minds. We cannot well enjoy two pleasures at once, much less any pleasure almost, whilst pain possesses us. The present pleasure, if it be not very languid and almost none at all, fills our narrow souls, and so takes up the whole mind that it scarce leaves any thought of things absent. Or if among our pleasures there are some which are not strong enough to exclude the consideration of things at a distance, yet we have so great an abhorrence of pain that a little of it extinguishes all our pleasures. A little bitter, mingled in our cup, leaves no relish of the sweet. Hence it comes that, at any rate, we desire to be rid of the present evil, which we are apt to think nothing absent can equal, because, under the present pain, we find not ourselves capable of any the least degree of happiness. Men's daily complaints are a loud proof of this. The pain that any one actually feels is still of all other the worst. It is with anguish they cry out, any rather than this. Nothing can be so intolerable as what I now suffer. And therefore our whole endeavours and thoughts are intent to get rid of the present evil before all things, as the first necessary condition to our happiness. Let what will follow, nothing, as we passionately think, can exceed or almost equal the uneasiness that sits so heavy upon us, and because the abstinence from a present pleasure that offers itself is a pain, nigh oftentimes a very great one, the desire being inflamed by a near and tempting object, it is no wonder that operates after the same manner pain does, and lessens in our thoughts what is future, and so forces us, as it were, blindfold into its embraces. Add to this that absent good or, which is the same thing, future pleasure, especially if of a sort we are unacquainted with, seldom is able to counterbalance any uneasiness either of pain or desire which is present, for its greatness being no more than what shall be really tasted when enjoyed, men are apt enough to lessen that, to make it give place to any present desire, and conclude with themselves that when it comes to trial, it may possibly not answer the report or opinion that generally passes of it, they having often found that not only what others have magnified, but even what they themselves have enjoyed with great pleasure and delight at one time, have proved insipid or nauseous at another, and therefore they see nothing in it for which they should forego a present enjoyment. But that this is a false way of judging when applied to the happiness of another life, they must confess, unless they will say, God cannot make those happy he designs to be so. For that being intended for a state of happiness, it must certainly be agreeable to everyone's wish and desire. Could we suppose their relishes as different there as they are here, yet the manner in heaven will suit everyone's palate. Thus much of the wrong judgment we make of present and future pleasure and pain when they are compared together, and so the absent considered as future. 66.2. As to things good or bad in their consequences, and by the aptness that is in them to procure us good or evil in the future, we judge amiss several ways. 1. When we judge that so much evil does not really depend on them, as in truth there does. 2. When we judge that, though the consequence be of that moment, yet it is not of that certainty, but that it may otherwise fall out, or else by some means be avoided, as by industry, address, change, repentance, etc. That these are wrong ways of judging were easy to show in every particular if I would examine them at large singly, but I shall only mention this in general, viz. That it is a very wrong and irrational way of proceeding to venture a greater good for a less upon uncertain guesses, and before a due examination be made, proportionable to the weightiness of the matter and the concernment it is to us not to mistake. This, I think, everyone must confess, especially if he considers the usual causes of this wrong judgment, whereof these following are same. 1. Ignorance. He that judges without informing himself to the utmost that he is capable cannot acquit himself of judging amiss. 2. Inadvertency. When a man overlooks even that which he does know, this is an affected and present ignorance which misleads our judgments as much as the other. Judging is, as it were, balancing an account and determining on which side the odds lie. If therefore either side be huddled up in haste, and several of the sums that should have gone into the reckoning he overlooked and left out, this precipitancy causes as wrong a judgment as if it were a perfect ignorance. That which most commonly causes this is the prevalency of some present pleasure or pain, heightened by our feeble passionate nature, most strongly wrought on by what is present. To check this precipitancy, our understanding and reason were given us, if we will make a right use of them, to search and see, and then judge thereupon. Without liberty, the understanding would be to no purpose, and without understanding, liberty, if it could be, would signify nothing. If a man sees what would do him good or harm, or what would make him happy or miserable, without being able to move himself one step towards or from it, what is he the better of foreseeing? And he that is at liberty to ramble in perfect darkness, what is his liberty better than if he were driven up and down as a bubble by the force of the wind? The being acted by a blind impulse from without or from within is little lords. The first, therefore, and great use of liberty is to hinder blind precipitancy. The principal exercise of freedom is to stand still, open the eyes, look about, and take a view of the consequence of what we are going to do, as much as the weight of the matter requires. How much sloth and negligence, heat and passion, the prevalency of fashion or acquired indispositions do severally contribute on occasion to these wrong judgments, I shall not here further inquire. I shall only add one other false judgment which I think necessary to mention, because perhaps it is little taken notice of, though of great influence. All men desire happiness that is past doubt, but as has been already observed, when they are rid of pain, they are apt to take up with any pleasure at hand, or that custom has endeavored to them to rest satisfied in that, and so being happy, till some new desire, by making them uneasy, disturbs that happiness, and shows them that they are not so, they look no further. Nor is the will determined to any action in pursuit of any other known or apparent good. For since we find that we cannot enjoy all sorts of good, but one excludes another, we do not fix our desires on every apparent greater good unless it be judged to be necessary to our happiness. If we think we can be happy without it, it moves us not. This is another occasion to men of judging wrong, when they take not that to be necessary to their happiness which really is so. This mistake misleads us both in the choice of the good we aim at, and very often in the means to it when it is a remote good. But which way ever it be, either by placing it where really it is not, or by neglecting the means as not necessary to it, when a man misses his great end, happiness, he will acknowledge he judged not right. That which contributes to this mistake is the real or supposed unpleasantness of the actions which are the way to this end. It seeming so preposterous a thing to men to make themselves unhappy in order to happiness, that they do not easily bring themselves to it. The last inquiry, therefore, concerning this matter is whether it be in a man's power to change the pleasantness and unpleasantness that accompanies any sort of action, and as to that it is plain in many cases he can. Men may and should correct their palates and give relish to what either has or they suppose has none. The relish of the mind is as various as that of the body, and like that too may be altered, and it is a mistake to think that men cannot change the displeasingness or indifferency that is in actions into pleasure and desire if they will do but what is in their power. A due consideration will do it in some cases, and practice, application, and custom in most. Bread or tobacco may be neglected where they are shown to be useful to health because of an indifferency or disrelish to them.
reason and consideration at first recommends and begins their trial, and use finds, or custom makes them pleasant. That this is so in virtue too is very certain. Actions are pleasing or displeasing either in themselves or considered as a means to a greater and more desirable end. The eating of a well-seasoned dish suited to a man's palate may move the mind by the delight itself that accompanies the eating, without reference to any other end, to which the consideration of the pleasure there is in health and strength, to which that meat is subservient, may add a new gusto, able to make us swallow an ill-relished potion. In the latter of these, any action is rendered more or less pleasing only by the contemplation of the end, and the being more or less persuaded of its tendency to it, or necessary connection with it. But the pleasure of the action itself is best acquired or increased by use and practice. Trials often reconcile us to that which at a distance we looked on with aversion, and where repetitions wear us into a liking of what possibly in the first essay displeased us. Habits have powerful charms, and put so strong attractions of easiness and pleasure into what we accustom ourselves to, that we cannot forbear to do, or at least be easy in the omission of actions which habitual practice has suited, and thereby recommends to us. Though this be very visible, and every one's experience shows him he can do so, yet it is a part in the conduct of men towards their happiness, neglected to a degree that it will be possibly entertained as a paradox if it be said that men can make things or actions more or less pleasing to themselves, and thereby remedy that, to which one may justly impute a great deal of their wandering. Fashion and the common opinion having settled wrong notions, and education and custom ill habits, the just values of things are misplaced, and the palates of men corrupted. Pains should be taken to rectify these, and contrary habits change our pleasures and give a relish to that which is necessary or conducive to our happiness. This everyone must confess he can do, and when happiness is lost and misery overtakes him, he will confess he did amiss in neglecting it, and condemn himself for it. And I ask everyone whether he has not often done so. I shall not now enlarge any further on wrong judgments and neglect of what is in their power, whereby men mislead themselves. This would make a volume, and is not my business. But whatever false notions or shameful neglect of what is in their power may put men out of their way to happiness, and distract them, as we see, into so different courses of life, this yet is certain, that morality, established upon its true foundations, cannot but determine the choice in any one that will but consider, and he that will not be so far a rational creature as to reflect seriously upon infinite happiness and misery, must needs condemn himself as not making that use of his understanding he should. The rewards and punishments of another life, which the Almighty has established as the enforcements of His law, are of weight enough to determine the choice against whatever pleasure or pain this life can show, when the eternal state is considered but in its bare possibility, which nobody can make any doubt of. He that will allow exquisite and endless happiness to be but the possible consequence of a good life here, and the contrary state the possible reward of a bad one, must own himself to judge very much amiss if he does not conclude that a virtuous life, with the certain expectation of everlasting bliss which may come, is to be preferred to a vicious one, with the fear of that dreadful state of misery which it is very possible may overtake the guilty, or at best the terrible uncertain hope of annihilation. This is evidently so, though the virtuous life here had nothing but pain and the vicious continual pleasure, which yet is, for the most part, quite otherwise, and wicked men have not much the odds to brag of, even in their present possession. Nay, all things rightly considered have, I think, even the worst part here. But when infinite happiness is put into one scale against infinite misery in the other, if the worst that comes to the pious man, if he mistakes, be the best that the wicked can attain to, if he be in the right, who can without madness run the venture? who in his wits would choose to come within a possibility of infinite misery, which if he miss, there is yet nothing to be got by that hazard. Whereas, on the other hand, the sober man ventures nothing against infinite happiness to be got if his expectation comes not to pass. If the good man be in the right, he is eternally happy. If he mistakes, he is not miserable. He feels nothing. On the other side, if the wicked man be in the right, he is not happy. If he mistakes, he is infinitely miserable. Must it not be a most manifest wrong judgment that does not presently see to which side in this case the preference is to be given? I have forborne to mention anything of the certainty or probability of a future state, designing here to show the wrong judgment that any one must allow he makes upon his own principles, laid how he pleases, who prefers the short pleasures of a vicious life upon any consideration, whilst he knows and cannot but be certain that a future life is at least possible. To conclude this inquiry into human liberty, which as it stood before I myself from the beginning of fearing, and a very judicious friend of mine since the publication suspecting to have some mistake in it, though he could not particularly show it me, I was put upon a stricter review of this chapter, wherein lighting upon a very easy and scarce observable slip I had made, and putting one seemingly indifferent word for another, that discovery opened to me this present view, which here, in the second edition, I submitted to the learned world, and which, in short, is this: liberty is a power to act or not to act according as the mind directs, a power to direct the operative faculties to motion or rest in particular instances is that which we call the will. That which in the train of our voluntary actions determines the will to any change of operation is some present uneasiness, which is, or at least is always accompanied with that of desire. Desire is always moved by evil to flight, because a total freedom from pain always makes a necessary part of our happiness. But every good, nay, every greater good, does not constantly move desire, because it may not make, or may not be taken to make, part of our happiness. For all that we desire is only to be happy. But though this final desire of happiness operates constantly and invariably, yet the satisfaction of any particular desire can be suspended from determining the will to any subservient action till we have maturely examined whether the particular apparent good which we then desire makes a part of our real happiness, or be consistent or inconsistent with it. The result of our judgment upon that examination is what ultimately determines the man, who could not be free if his will were determined by anything but his own desire, guided by his own judgment. I know that liberty by some is placed in an indifferency of the man, antecedent to the determination of his will. I wish they who lay so much stress on such an antecedent indifferency, as they call it, had told us plainly whether the supposed indifferency be antecedent to the thought and judgment of the understanding, as well as to the decree of the will. For it is pretty hard to state it between them, i.e., immediately after the judgment of the understanding and before the determination of the will, because the determination of the will immediately follows the judgment of the understanding, and to place liberty in an indifferency antecedent to the thought and judgment of the understanding seems to me to place liberty in a state of darkness, wherein we can neither see nor say anything of it. At least it places it in a subject incapable of it, no agent being allowed capable of liberty, but in consequence of thought and judgment. I am not nice about phrases, and therefore consent to say with those that love to speak so, that liberty is placed in indifferency, but it is an indifferency which remains after the judgment of the understanding, even after the determination of the will, and that is an indifferency not of the man, for after he has once judged which is best, which to do or forbear, he is no longer indifferent, but an indifferency of the operative powers of the man, which remaining equally able to operate or to forbear operating after
after as before, the decree of the will are in a state which, if one pleases, may be called indifferency. And as far as this indifferency reaches, a man is free, and no further. V.g. I have the ability to move my hand or to let it rest. That operative power is indifferent to move or not to move my hand. And then, in that respect, perfectly free. My will determines that operative power to rest. I am yet free because the indifferency of that my operative power to act or not to act still remains. The power of moving my hand is not at all impaired by the determination of my will, which at present orders rest. The indifferency of that power to act or not to act is just as it was before, as will appear if the will puts it to the trial by ordering the contrary. But if, during the rest of my hand, it be seized with a sudden palsy, the indifferency of that operative power is gone, and with it my liberty. I have no longer freedom in that respect, but am under a necessity of letting my hand rest. On the other side, if my hand be put into motion by a convulsion, the indifferency of that operative faculty is taken away by that motion, and my liberty in that case is lost, for I am under a necessity of having my hand move. I have added this to show in what sort of indifferency liberty seems to me to consist, and not in any other, real or imaginary. True notions concerning the nature and extent of liberty are of so great importance that I hope I shall be pardoned this digression which my attempt to explain it has led me into. The ideas of will, volition, liberty, and necessity in this chapter of power came naturally in my way. In a former edition of this treatise, I gave an account of my thoughts concerning them, according to the light I then had. And now, as a lover of truth, and not a worshipper of my own doctrines, I own some change of my opinion, which I think I have discovered ground for. And what I first read, I with an unbiased indifferency followed truth whither I thought she led me, but neither being so vain as to fancy infallibility, nor so disingenuous as to dissemble my mistakes for fear of blemishing my reputation, I have, with the same sincere design for truth only, not been ashamed to publish what a severer inquiry has suggested. 'Tis not impossible but that some may think my former notions right, and some, as I have already found, these letters, and some neither, shall not at all wonder at this variety in men's opinions, impartial deductions of reason in controverted points being so rare, and exact ones in abstract notions not so very easy, especially if of any length. And therefore I should think myself not a little beholden to any one who would, upon these or any other grounds, fairly clear the subject of liberty from any difficulties that may yet remain. Before I close this chapter, it may perhaps be to our purpose and help to give us clearer conceptions about power if we make our thoughts take a little more exact survey of action. I have said above that we have ideas but of two sorts of action, viz. Motion and thinking. These, in truth, though called and counted actions, yet, if nearly considered, will not be found to be always perfectly so. For, if I mistake not, there are instances of both kinds which, upon due consideration, will be found rather passions than actions, and consequently so far the effects barely of passive powers in those subjects which yet on their account are thought agents. For in these instances the substance that hath motion or thought receives the impression whereby it is put into that action purely from without, and so acts merely by the capacity it has to receive such an impression from some external agent, and such power is not properly an active power, but a mere passive capacity in the subject. Sometimes the subject or agent puts itself into action by its own power, and this is properly active power. Whatsoever modification a substance has whereby it produces any effect, that is called action, v.g. a solid substance by motion operates on or alters the sensible ideas of another substance, and therefore this modification of motion we call action. But yet this motion in that solid substance is, when rightly considered, but a passion, if it received it only from some external agent, so that the active power of motion is in no substance which cannot begin motion in itself or in another substance when at rest. So likewise in thinking, a power to receive ideas or thoughts from the operation of any external substance is called a power of thinking, but this is but a passive power or capacity. But to be able to bring into view ideas out of sight at one's own choice and to compare which of them one thinks fit, this is an active power. There's a reflection maybe of some use to preserve us from mistakes about powers and actions, which grammar and the common frame of languages may be apt to lead us into, since what is signified by verbs that grammarians call active does not always signify action. V.g. this proposition, I see the moon or a star, or I feel the heat of the sun, though expressed by a verb active, does not signify my action in me, whereby I operate on those substances, but only the reception of the ideas of light, roundness, and heat, wherein I am not active, but barely passive, and cannot in that position of my eyes or body avoid receiving them. But when I turn my eyes another way or remove my body out of the sunbeams, I am properly active because of my own choice. By a power within myself, I put myself into that motion. Such an action is the product of active power. And thus I have, in a short draft, given a view of our original ideas, from whence all the rest are derived and of which they are made up, which if I would consider as a philosopher and examine on what causes they depend and of what they are made, I believe they all might be reduced to these very few primary and original ones, viz. Extension, solidity, mobility, or the power of being moved, which by our senses we receive from body; perceptivity, or the power of perception or thinking; motivity, or the power of moving, which by reflection we receive from our minds. I crave leave to make use of these two new words to avoid the danger of being mistaken in the use of those which are equivocal, to which if we add existence, duration, number, which belong both to the one and the other, we have perhaps all the original ideas on which the rest depend. For by these, I imagine, might be explained the nature of colors, sounds, tastes, smells, and all other ideas we have, if we had but faculties acute enough to perceive the severally modified extensions and motions of these minute bodies which produce those several sensations in us. But my present purpose being only to inquire into the knowledge the mind has of things by those ideas and appearances which God has fitted it to receive from them, and how the mind comes by that knowledge, rather than into their causes or manner of production, I shall not, contrary to the design of this essay, set myself inquire philosophically into the peculiar constitution of bodies and the configuration of parts whereby they have the power to produce in us the ideas of their sensible qualities. I shall not enter any further into that disquisition, it sufficing to my purpose to observe that gold or saffron has a power to produce in us the idea of yellow in snow or milk, the idea of white, which we can only have by our sight, without examining the texture of the parts of those bodies or the particular figures or motion of the particles which rebound from them, to cause in us that particular sensation, though when we go beyond the bare ideas in our minds and would inquire into their causes, we cannot conceive anything else to be in any sensible object, whereby it produces different ideas in us, but the different bulk, figure, number, texture, and motion of its insensible parts. Chapter 22 of Mixed Modes. Having treated of simple modes in the foregoing chapters and given several instances of some of the most considerable of them to show what they are and how we combine them, we are now in the next place to consider those we call mixed modes. Such are the complex ideas we mark by the names of obligation, drunkenness, a lie, etc., which consisting of several combinations of simple ideas of different kinds, I have called mixed modes to distinguish them from the more simple modes which consist only of simple ideas of the same kind. These mixed modes being also such combinations of simple ideas as are not looked upon to be characteristical marks of any real beings that have a steady existence, but scattered and independent ideas put together by the mind and thereby distinguished from the complex ideas of substances. That the mind, in respect of its simple ideas, is wholly passive and receives them all from the existence and operations of things, such as sensation or reflection offers them without being able to make any one idea, experience shows us. But if we attentively consider these ideas I call mixed modes we are now speaking of, we shall find their original quite different. The mind often exercises an active power in making these several combinations, for it being once furnished with simple ideas, it can put them together in several compositions, and so make variety of complex ideas without examining whether they exist so together in nature. And hence I think it is that these ideas are called notions, as if they had their original and constant existence more in the thoughts of men than in the reality of things. And to form such ideas it sufficed that the mind put the parts of them together, and that they were consistent in the understanding without considering whether they had any real being. Though I do not deny but several of them might be taken from observation and the existence of several simple ideas so combined as they are put together in the understanding. For the man who first framed the idea of hypocrisy might have either taken it at first from the observation of one who made show of good qualities which he had not, or else have framed that idea in his mind without having any such pattern to fashion it by. For it is evident that in the beginning of languages and societies of men, several of those complex ideas which were consequent to the constitutions established amongst them must needs have been in the minds of men before they existed anywhere else, and that many names that stood for such complex ideas were in use, and so those ideas framed before the combinations they stood for ever existed. Indeed, now that languages are made and abound with words standing for such combinations, an usual way of getting these complex ideas is by the explication of those terms that stand for them. For, consisting of a company of simple ideas combined, they may, by words standing for those simple ideas, be represented to the mind of one who understands those words, though that complex combination of simple ideas were never offered to his mind by the real existence of things. Thus a man may come to have the idea of sacrilege or murder by enumerating to him the simple ideas which these words stand for, without ever seeing either of them committed. Every mixed mode consisting of many distinct simple ideas, it seems reasonable to inquire whence it has its unity, and how such a precise multitude comes to make but one idea, since that combination does not always exist together in nature. To which I answer, it is plain it has its unity from an act of the mind, combining those several simple ideas together, and considering them as one complex one consisting of those parts, and the mark of this union, or that which is looked on generally to complete it, is one name given to that combination. For it is by their names that men commonly regulate their account of their distinct species of mixed modes, seldom alloying or considering any number of simple ideas to make one complex one, but such collections as there be names for. Thus, though the killing of an old man be as fit in nature to be united into one complex idea as the killing a man's father, yet there being no name standing precisely for the one, as there is the name of particle to mark the other, 'tis not taken for a particular complex idea, nor a distinct species of actions from that of killing a young man or any other man.
If we should inquire a little further to see what it is that occasions men to make several combinations of simple ideas into distinct and, as it were, settled modes, and neglect others, which in the nature of things themselves have as much an aptness to be combined and make distinct ideas, we shall find the reason of it to be the end of language, which being to mark or communicate men's thoughts to one another with all the dispatch that may be, they usually make such collections of ideas into complex modes, and affix names to them as they have frequent use of in their way of living and conversation, leaving others which they have but seldom an occasion to mention, loose and without names that tie them together. They rather choosing to enumerate when they have need such ideas as make them up by the particular names that stand for them, than to trouble their memories by multiplying of complex ideas with names to them which they seldom or never have any occasion to make use of. This shows us how it comes to pass that there are in every language many particular words which cannot be rendered by any one single word of another. For the several fashions, customs, and manners of one nation, making several combinations of ideas familiar and necessary in one, which another people have had never an occasion to make, or perhaps so much as take notice of, names come of course to be annexed to them to avoid long periphrases in things of daily conversation, and so they become so many distinct complex ideas in their minds. Thus ostracismos amongst the Greeks and proscriptio amongst the Romans were words which other languages had no names that exactly answered, because they stood for complex ideas which were not in the minds of the men of other nations, where there was no such custom, there was no notion of any such actions, no use of such combinations of ideas as are united and, as it were, tied together by those terms, and therefore in other countries there were no names for them. Hence also we may see the reason why languages constantly change, take up new and lay by old terms, because change of customs and opinions bringing with it new combinations of ideas which it is necessary frequently to think on and talk about, new names to avoid long descriptions are annexed to them, and so they become new species of complex modes. What a number of different ideas are by this means wrapped up in one short sound, and how much of our time and breath is thereby saved, anyone will see who will but take the pains to enumerate all the ideas that either reprieve or appeal stand for, and instead of either of those names use a periphrasis to make anyone understand their meaning. Though I shall have occasion to consider this more at large when I come to treat of words and their use, yet I could not avoid to take this much notice here of the names of mixed modes, which being fleeting and transient combinations of simple ideas, which have but a short existence anywhere but in the minds of men, and thereto have no longer any existence than whilst they are thought on, have not so much anywhere the appearance of a constant and lasting existence as in their names, which are therefore in this sort of ideas very apt to be taken for the ideas themselves. For if we should inquire where the idea of a triumph or apotheosis exists, it is evident they could neither of them exist altogether anywhere in the things themselves, being actions that require time to their performance, and could never all exist together. And as to the minds of men, where the ideas of these actions are supposed to be lodged, they have there too a very uncertain existence, and therefore we are apt to annex them to the names that excite them in us. There are, therefore, three ways whereby we get these complex ideas of mixed modes. One, by experience and observation of things themselves, thus by seeing two men wrestle for
wrestle or fence, we get the idea of wrestling or fencing. 2. By invention or voluntary putting together of several simple ideas in our own minds. So he that first invented printing or etching had an idea of it in his mind before it ever existed. 3. Which is the most usual way, by explaining the names of actions we never saw or motions we cannot see, and by enumerating and thereby, as it were, setting before our imaginations all those ideas which go to the making them up and are the constituent parts of them. 4. Having by sensation and reflection stored our minds with simple ideas, and by use got the names that stand for them, we can by those means represent to another any complex idea we would have him conceive, so that it has in it no simple ideas but what he knows and has with us the same name for. For all our complex ideas are ultimately resolvable into simple ideas, of which they are compounded and originally made up, though perhaps their immediate ingredients, as I may so say, are also complex ideas. Thus, the mixed mode which the word lie stands for is made of these simple ideas. 1. Articulate sounds. 2. Certain ideas in the mind of the speaker. 3. Those words, the signs of those ideas. 4. Those signs put together by affirmation or negation otherwise than the ideas they stand for are in the mind of the speaker. I think I need not go any further in the analysis of that complex idea we call a lie. What I have said is enough to show that it is made up of simple ideas, and it could not be but an offensive tediousness to my reader to trouble him with a more minute enumeration of every particular simple idea that goes to this complex one, which, from what has been said, he cannot but be able to make out to himself. The same may be done in all our complex ideas whatsoever, which, however compounded and decompounded, may at last be resolved into simple ideas, which are all the materials of knowledge or thought we have or can have. Nor shall we have reason to fear that the mind is hereby stinted to too scanty a number of ideas, if we consider what an inexhaustible stock of simple modes, number and figure alone afford us. How far then mixed modes, which admit of the various combinations of different simple ideas, and their infinite modes, are from being few and scanty, we may easily imagine, so that before we have done, we shall see that nobody need be afraid. He shall not have scope and compass enough for his thoughts to range in, though they be, as I pretend, confined only to simple ideas received from sensation or reflection and their several combinations. Chapter 23 of our complex ideas of substances. The mind being, as I have declared, furnished with a great number of the simple ideas conveyed in by the senses as they are found in exterior things, or by reflection on its own operations, takes notice also that a certain number of these simple ideas go constantly together, which being presumed to belong to one thing, and words being suited to common apprehensions and made use of for quick dispatch, are called so united in one subject by one name, which by inadvertency we are apt afterward to talk of and consider as one simple idea, which indeed is a complication of many ideas together, because, as I have said, not imagining how these simple ideas can subsist by themselves, we accustom ourselves to suppose some substratum wherein they do subsist, and from which they do result, which therefore we call substance. So that if any one will examine himself concerning his notion of pure substance in general, he will find he has no other idea of it at all, but only a supposition of he knows not what support of such qualities which are capable of producing simple ideas in us, which qualities are commonly called accidents. If any one should be asked what is the subject wherein colour or weight inheres, he would have nothing to say but the solid extended parts, and if he were demanded what is it that solidity and extension are therein, he would not be in a much better case than the Indian before mentioned, who, saying that the world was supported by a great elephant, was asked what the elephant rested on, to which his answer was a great tortoise. but being again pressed to know what gave support to the broad-backed tortoise, replied something he knew not what. And thus here, as in all other cases where we use words without having clear and distinct ideas, we talk like children who, being questioned what such a thing is, which they know not, readily give this satisfactory answer, that it is something which in truth signifies no more, when so used, either by children or men, but that they know or what. They know not what, and that the thing they pretend to know and talk of is what they have no distinct idea of at all, and so are perfectly ignorant of it and in the dark. The idea then we have, to which we give the general name substance, being nothing but the supposed but unknown support of those qualities we find existing, which we imagine cannot subsist sine re substance without something to support them, we call that support substantia, which, according to the true import of the word, is in plain English standing under or upholding. An obscure and relative idea of substance in general being thus made, we come to have the ideas of a particular sorts of substances by collecting such combinations of simple ideas as are, by experience and observation of men's senses, taken notice of to exist together, and are therefore supposed to flow from the particular internal constitution or unknown essence of that substance. Thus we come to have the ideas of a man, horse, gold, water, etc., of which substances, whether any one has any other clear idea further than of certain simple ideas coexistent together, appeal to everyone's own experience. It is the ordinary qualities observable in iron or a diamond put together that make the true complex idea of those substances, which a smith or a jeweler commonly knows better than a philosopher who, whatever substantial forms he may talk of, has no other idea of those substances than what is framed by a collection of those simple ideas which are to be found in them. Only we must take notice that our complex ideas of substances, besides all those simple ideas they are made up of, have always the confused idea of something to which they belong and in which they subsist, and therefore when we speak of any sort of substance we say it is a thing having such or such qualities, as body is a thing that is extended, figured, and capable of motion, spirit a thing capable of thinking, and so hardness, friability, and the power to draw iron we say are qualities to be found in a lodestone. These and the like fashions of speaking intimate that the substance is supposed always something besides the extension, figure, solidity, motion, thinking, or other observable ideas, though we know not what it is. Hence, when we talk or think of any particular sort of corporeal substances, as horse, stone, etc., though the idea we have of either of them be but the complication or collection of those several simple ideas of sensible qualities which we used to find united in the thing called horse or stone, yet because we cannot conceive how they should subsist alone, nor one in another, we suppose them existing in and supported by some common subject, which support we denote by the name substance, though it be certain we have no clear or distinct idea of that thing we suppose as support. It is worth our observing which of all our simple ideas have been most modified and had most mixed ideas made out of them with names given to them. And those have been these three, thinking and motion, which are the two ideas which comprehend in them all action and power, from whence these actions are conceived to flow. These simple ideas, I say, of thinking, motion, and power have been those which have been most modified, and out of whose modifications have been made most complex modes with names to them. For action being the great business of mankind, and the whole matter about which all laws are conversant, it is no wonder that the several modes of thinking and motion should be taken notice of, the ideas of them observed and laid up in the memory, and have names assigned to them, without which laws could be but ill made, or vice and disorders repressed.
Nor could any communication be well had amongst men without such complex ideas with names to them, and therefore men have settled names and supposed settled ideas in their minds of modes of actions distinguished by their causes, means, objects, ends, instruments, time, place, and other circumstances, and also of their powers fitted for those actions, v.g. boldness is the power to speak or do what we intend before others without fear or disorder, and the Greeks called the confidence of speaking by a peculiar name, peritia, which power or ability in man of doing anything when it has been acquired by frequent doing the same thing, is that idea we name habit. When it is forward and ready upon every occasion to break into action, we call it disposition. Thus, testiness is a disposition or aptness to be angry. To conclude, let us examine any modes of action, v.g. consideration and assent, which are actions of the mind, running and speaking, which are actions of the body, revenge and murder, which are actions of both together, and we shall find them but so many collections of simple ideas, which together make up the complex ones signified by those names. Power being the source from whence all action proceeds, the substances wherein these powers are, when they exert this power into act, are called causes, and the substances which thereupon are produced, or the simple ideas which are introduced into any subject by the exerting of that power, are called effects. The efficacy whereby the new substance or idea is produced is called, in the subject exerting that power, action, but in the subject wherein any simple idea is changed to produce, it is called passion, which efficacy, however, varies and the effects almost infinite, yet we can, I think, conceive it in intellectual agents to be nothing else but modes of thinking and willing. In corporeal agents, nothing else but modifications of motion, I think we cannot conceive it to be any other but these two. For whatever sort of action besides these produce any effect, I confess myself to have no notion, no idea of, and so it is quite remote from my thoughts, apprehensions, and knowledge, and as much in the dark to me as 5 other senses, or as the ideas of colors to a blind man. And therefore many words which seem to express some action signify nothing of the action or modus operandi at all, but barely the effect which some circumstances of the subject wrought on or cause operating, v.g. creation, annihilation, contain in them no idea of the action or manner whereby they are produced, but barely of the cause and the thing done. And when a countryman says, the cold freezes water, though the word freezing seems to import some action, yet truly it signifies nothing but the effect which that water that was before fluid is become hard and consistent, without containing any idea of the action whereby it is done. I think I shall not need to remark here that though power and action make the greatest part of mixed modes marked by names and familiar in the minds and months of men, yet other simple ideas and their several combinations are not excluded. Much less, I think, will it be necessary for me to enumerate all the mixed modes which have been settled with names to them. That would be to make a dictionary of the greatest part of the words made use of in divinity, ethics, law, and politics, and several other sciences. All that is requisite to my present design is to show what sort of ideas those are which I call mixed modes, how the mind comes by them, and that they are compositions made up of simple ideas good from sensation and reflection, which I suppose I have done.